because the wind's blowing out.
Presley looks at a Rosarena. His pitch. Swung on, hit high, hit deep to left center field. It's back, and it is into the bleachers. It is gone.
Yeah, that's just a Mitch Garver home run. Sorry, I'll try to tell my story of the weekend. It can be challenging because, as you know, there's a fair amount going on. But it was fun. Had Avery had these crazy. Had an awesome concert yesterday, so we're running around for that. I had in-laws in town, parents in town. Cecily had this crazy hockey camp all weekend.
Here's the pitch to him. Swung on, crushed, left field. This is on its way. It is gone out of the ballpark. Cal Raleigh has done it.
Yeah, he has. That was number 29. He ended up getting 31 because Cal just keeps hitting home runs. Just whenever he's got a spare moment, he just decides to hit a home run. Mitch Garver's hitting home runs. Donovan Solano's hitting home runs. Dominic Canzone's hitting home runs. Half of the Cubs are hitting home runs. I mean, what a crazy, crazy, crazy weekend in the Windy City. Not really even called the Windy City because of its wind. Did you know that? Like, it's a factor, but it's not like why Chicago's called the Windy City. It was originally called the Windy City because of politics, and people were like full of hot air, hot wind, and the winds, political winds blew through the city. There are all these reasons why they call it the Windy City. The wind there is only part of it, but my God, that was as windy as I can ever remember seeing a series played. Pete Crow Armstrong is one of the best outfielders in baseball. He's a better outfielder, at least according to the metrics, than Julio. He had 2 balls in, 3 innings that were just casual fly balls to center field that he just flat couldn't find. Between the sun and, even more importantly, the wind, he had no idea where those balls were going to be. Crazy, crazy, crazy weekend. So what did we really see? Said on Friday that I wanted to see 3 things. Patience, power, and aggressiveness. Those were the 3 things, kind of with Luke Raley coming back and giving them, something akin or more akin to what it was they were planning to be when they had started the year. You're looking to see patience, power, and aggressiveness. Those are the things that helped this team win. Well, they hit 9 home runs in the 2 wins. In the 2 games they won, they hit 9 of their 10 home runs on the weekend. 9 home runs and 2 wins, 1 in the loss. I'd say that definitely speaks towards the power. Patience, 7 walks in the 2 wins, 1 in the loss. When they took walks, they won. And then as for the aggressiveness, as it turns out, I think it was probably more of a mistake than reality just watching the games. I think the aggressiveness on the bases was probably the only thing that really held them back this weekend, right? And I'm a little shocked that over the course of 3 games where the wind was blowing out like that, I mean, where all you had to do was hit a pop-up and there was a decent chance the ball was going out of the ballpark, making, 3-4 outs on the bases, couple of pickoffs, couple of rundowns, that was not necessarily ideal, but it was like the only thing that could hold this team back. They were doing everything else. Just put the ball in the air, and it goes, and it goes, and it goes. And, yeah, ballparks matter. I know that people like to kind of get upset and think that it's an excuse. Oh my gosh, the teams are playing in the same ballpark. How could you possibly say that T-Mobile suppresses runs? Well, for the same reason that you could see as clear as day that when the wind was blowing out like that at Wrigley, that Wrigley improved home runs. I mean, Dominic Canzone's first home run was a pop-up to left field. So was a Tucker Hap hit a home run to left on Saturday. That's a pop-up. It's a pop-up to left. It ends up going for a home run. Crazy. Those are the conditions. That's the ballpark. You play in it. Solano got it.
Yeah, I mean, you see, like, every fly ball is almost gone. The wind's blowing out, so, like, I try to, those soft pitches, try to hit it hard, like line drive. They stay in the air, like, it's going, like, I don't try to hit it home, I just try to put a good launch angle in there, like, and just what happens is homers.
Yeah, just get the right launch angle. Homers. What a bizarre weekend, huh? Did you enjoy baseball like that? I mean, it was fun for a weekend. I don't know if I would want that every game, but it was entertaining to watch for a weekend because you never, I mean.
Who doesn't love a lot of home runs every now and then?
Did you ever feel like the Mariners were out of the game on Saturday? I did not. They got down 9-1, and I turned to my dad, and I was like, you know what they say, the 8-run lead's the hardest one to protect. Because it just felt like, they were going to keep clawing. They were going to keep hitting home runs. The ball was flying out of there. It was not a normal environment. And so coming back to score 8 themselves was not out of the question. They didn't end up getting there, but they were one swing away from doing it. The Cubs felt that pressure throughout, right? So, yeah, I thought that was entertaining for a weekend. Don't want to see it all the time, and certainly don't need to see players and umpires and ball boys, everybody dropping like flies due to the heat on Saturday. What, they have 3 people had to be helped off? The umpire, Trent Thornton, and the bat boy all had to be helped off the field from heat exhaustion? I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. I saw Ellie De La Cruz had the same thing in Cincinnati. He had to be helped off. Ended up coming back. Like he didn't have to leave the game, but he was vomiting on the field from the heat. Ended up hitting a home run afterwards. So I guess Ellie's just sort of a built different kind of guy. But I mean, look, that's what the Mariners needed to do, right? You go on the road, coming off of a, let's call it good to very good homestand, not quite great, but a good to very good homestand. The last time you were on the road was a total disaster. So you go out on the road for this huge 10-game trip, 10 games in 10 days. You play in Chicago against the Cubs team that I think is really well built. I know it didn't show up necessarily this weekend, but pitches well, hits well, runs well, defense well. I know a lot of those things, if all you watched was this weekend, you're like, Salk, shut up. That Cubs team didn't do any of those things. But in general, I've watched that team this year, and I think they're really well built. I think they're a World Series challenger. I'm not saying they're going to win it, but I think they're a World Series contender. And you go and just take care of business and win 2 out of 3 games in that ballpark, in that environment. You find a way to win those 3 games. It's huge. Now you get to go to Minnesota in what is really a wild card type of a game, or series, I should say. Right? 4 games, rather, against a team that is right there in the thick of it with you for the wild card. And then you finish up in Texas, who's a game behind? As of yesterday, it might be 2 by now. But a game behind, and in theory, another team that's going to be in it with you till the end of this year in your division. So these games, absolutely. I mean, look, we're in late June, heading towards halfway through the season. These games matter a lot. They matter a lot. And that's a very, very important win. Very important series win on the road in Wrigley against a very good baseball team. I think I just went 9 minutes and didn't mention Cal. Don't worry, that won't be a problem throughout the day. We will mention Cal often. We will mention him a lot. We'll play many of his home runs. He had a heck of a weekend, man. He is in a different kind of place, and we'll discuss over the course of the morning. We'll be right back with everything you need to know next.
Breaker, this is the Big Rig Mariner. Mercy sakes, we got the big dumper unloading all over big league pitching. Over.
To the one track to the wall, and it's gone, and he does it. Number 30 the other way here at Wrigley Field, Cal Raleigh.
He's baseball's breakout player in 2025, making his case for American League MVP. And this is where you follow along the Big Dumper's Big Run. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Headed to the ballpark? Skip the traffic jams, parking fees, and the stress of driving. Make riding transit part of your game day ritual. Roll in with your crew, talk stats, and meet fans. No traffic, no stress. Community Transit riders enjoy seamless connections to light rail and ferries to get to Seattle and beyond. And youth 18 and under ride the bus for free. All in for the win. Plan your trip with Community Transit at ctgo.org/homerun.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. This is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 8-333-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More, the place to go for. Sipping rosés with seltzers on ice. Making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Be a peach. Vote Mariners. The 2025 All-Star ballot is open, and Cal, Julio, JP, and the crew need your help to secure their spots at this year's Midsummer Classic in Atlanta. You can vote 5 times per day, every day, through June 26th at mariners.com/vote. Plus, with every ballot cast, you'll be entered for a chance to win the ultimate game day experience, featuring a meet and greet with a 2025 Mariners All-Star, batting practice passes at T-Mobile Park, and more. Vote now at mariners.com/vote.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
A successful weekend in Chicago. Mariners came away With a series win over one of the better teams in the league, looked good doing it. Wild, hot, windy conditions that sure favored the offense. They certainly took advantage, scored 30 runs over the course of the 3 games. Whole bunch of them coming off the 4 home runs crushed by our guy, Cal Raleigh.
Pitch on the way to Cal, swinging a drive deep into right center field. And Crow Armstrong going back, looking up, and goodbye baseball. He keeps doing it. Cal Raleigh with another home run, number 31 on the season. Every day a home run, and more records are falling like flies. Holy smokes. J.P. Crawford will score on in front of him. Cal touches home plate right behind J.P. Home run number 31, RBI number 65 on the year. And it's now the Mariners 2 and the Cubbies nothing.
Yeah, that was early yesterday. He decided to take care of it early because he had taken care of it way too late on Saturday, hitting a home run in the 9th inning of that game. So he is now, as you heard, 31 long balls on a 66 home run pace. I know 62 doesn't quite mean what it did before 1998, but it's got some meaning to me. And the idea of Cal knocking that number off in a post-steroid era is truly incredible, and it does have some of that same feel where, like, you can't quite believe every time the ball leaves the yard, and yet every time he does it, it feels completely effortless. Dan Wilson impressed.
It's unbelievable. He just continues to find barrels and gets himself into good counts. Added a couple hits there also. I think getting a base, stealing a base again. I mean, he's just doing it all, and caught a really nice game behind the plate. I thought they did a great job with the game plan. It's a tough hitting lineup, they executed on both sides of the ball. And Cal it's amazing what he's been doing.
Yeah, that was, I think, on Friday, but, it could have been from any one of these days because each time Cal just kept coming up with a home run or two just to keep this thing going. It's really, really amazing. But not the only one. Nice to see big games from Garver, Canzone, Solano. Each of them had multi-home run games over the course of the weekend. 3 guys that have definitely been through it, had their problems this year, last year, etc., and have really been, at times drawn the ire of fans everywhere. Nice to see the success for all 3 of them, and really nice to see Luke Raley return.
Presley ready. He deals. Swung on, roped into the gap, right center field, down base hit. This one is rolling towards the track, cut off by Crow Armstrong. Solano into third base. He'll be held there. The throw is a little wild, but it's picked off by Shaw. Raley into second base, rumbling for a double. Welcome back, Luke Raley.
Yeah, he ends up with 4 hits on the weekend as well, so really great to see that. Lots of good news. Unfortunately, balanced off by one piece of bad news, and that is that the Astros also won 2 of 3 in Anaheim, so the Mariners do remain 5 games back in the West. They'll head to Minnesota for 4, starting tonight. Brian Wu and Bailey Obear.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Do I have to play this? I guess I do because it's what happened, but I know this is going to be, triggering a horrible feeling for any Sonics fan as the unthinkable happened last night.
And that's it. The first title of the OKC era is complete. One of the youngest rosters in recent memory has just completed one of the finest seasons in NBA history. The Oklahoma City Thunder have their first championship, and they're the 2025 NBA champion.
Yeah, I mean, obviously just a terrible, terrible thing to see. Do you like the way Mike Breen handled that, though, the call of the OKC era? I think that's about right. Right? I feel like it was like he's not going to say their first title since, 1979. Good. Like, you don't want to say that. It's not the same team. But also, technically, the franchise moved, so you kind of have to say, I thought they walked that pretty well. Pretty well. I mean, given the challenges for those guys, it's just a crappy situation. Did take 7 games. They win the finale decisively. Tyrese Halliburton goes down in the first half with an Achilles injury. That was sad. And really, at that point, too bad because he had just was having a good start. He really is the leader of that team. Here's his coach.
What happened with Tyrese is just all of our hearts dropped, but he will be back. I don't have any medical information about what may or may not have happened, but he'll be back in time, and I believe he'll make a full recovery. So he authored one of the great individual playoff runs in the history of the NBA with dramatic play after dramatic play. It was just something that no one's ever seen, and did it as one of 17. You know, that's the beautiful thing about him.
Yeah, so that's one side of it. On the other side, I'm so glad more of you guys told me about this SGA character. Turns out he's pretty good. Joins an elite group of stars who've won the MVP, the scoring title, and the championship all in one season. Named Finals MVP last night. I do hope the league's getting set to make a big expansion announcement this summer. Obviously, that would ease some of the sting here, and I do actually think that's what's going to happen.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Somebody's been reading my mind in the Kraken front office. I love what they've been doing so far. A busy start to their offseason. Remember, they traded last week for a little physical presence in Mason Marchment. Love that. And then this weekend, they traded away exactly the opposite. I don't know how they convinced Chicago to take the remaining money on Andre Burakovsky's deal, but they did. I'm stunned. I know Chicago had to get up to the floor, but still, Burakovsky's been probably my least favorite player since the Kraken arrived. He's soft. He's always hurt. He turns the puck over constantly. He doesn't provide enough offensive production to justify all of that. And he was paid a lot of money. So put all those things together, and I don't care what they got back. This is addition by subtraction. They do get back depth center Joe Veleno in the deal. They also clear, $2.2 million in cap space this year, and the full $5.5 the year after that, which is just incredibly impressive. I think the assumption was they were going to have to either pay down some of that contract or, offer a decent player to get somebody else to take it. That Jason Botterill, their new GM, has been able to make that happen without doing that, I think is just a tremendous coup. So good on him, and good on the Kraken. It seems like they're starting to value some of the right things, some of the things that help winning, rather than just going out there and flailing for has-beens like Burakovsky, who just, very happy I won't have to watch that guy play anymore. That is everything you need to know.
You really, you've made it clear that
I can't stand him. I could not stand watching him. Awful.
Well, it wasn't that often that we got to watch him.
It's a good point.
Most of the time.
And that was a part of it, yeah. But then he'd come in and he's just, the softness, fine, whatever. Like, if you can be a great goal scorer, you can be soft, but you can't turn the puck over constantly. I mean, he just was, to me, every time I watched him, he'd find a way to turn the puck over. My whole family can't stand him. So the fact that he's gone is just great news for the Kraken. And again, you take out a non-physical player and essentially replace him with a very physical one. I love that. That's what they need. You got to have a physical presence. And I'm hoping that that's the start of what they're trying to build. We'll talk a little more puck later with Greg Wyshinski at 9 o'clock. Angie Mentink going to join us at 8:30 to talk Mariners coming off a big series win in Chicago. Hopefully Angie's been hydrating ever since then, and she'll be able to join us at 8:30. You may have been busy like I was this weekend. Maybe you too need a weekend from your weekend. And if you missed anything that happened, don't worry. Maura's got you covered, as she does every Monday at 6:30. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The one, the only Tim Kirkchin is with us. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm just as confused as you are about the Mariners, if they're going to get really good or not.
Is it hard to understand where their needs truly are as we approach that trade deadline?
This team is due for a great stretch of great starting pitching. If they can score a few runs, maybe they can really make a playoff berth in the American League.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey,
Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Progressive knows there are two things RV owners love: to travel and relax. And they like to take both nice and slow. Just like this commercial. And what's more relaxing than the peace of mind knowing their RV is protected by Progressive? Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Values have to be within your leadership staff, right? And then that filters down into the rest of your staff.
We're together, we are a team, and without that thought process, you're sunk.
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it.
They call it the Lee Johnson Auto family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family.
As much as I'd love to think that they trust me, yeah, our family name is trusted, but it's because of those individual interactions with our people that those folks have had over the years. That's where they build their trust with the relationship.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with 3 straight value games against the Royals, Monday, June 30th through Wednesday, July 2nd. Score seats for as little as $11 and enjoy a beautiful summer night at the ballpark. Go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule. Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right. As I said, Angie Mentink going to join us a little bit later this morning, 8:30. We'll talk some baseball with Angie. She was in the booth throughout the weekend. And then Greg Wyshinski will talk a little bit of hockey at 9 o'clock, hear what the Kraken are doing. But Maura was busy this weekend. There's a lot of sports. There was a lot going on. It's mostly okay. I mean, like, it wasn't pouring rain, so people were out and about and starting their summers. And we had
Saturday was kind of gross.
It was for the solstice, for the longest day of the year. I know it's all downhill from here, by the way, which kind of sucks.
No.
It is. The days are getting shorter. The nights are getting
We
longer.
haven't even really gotten into like a heat wave.
All right, we will. Maura, tell us what happened this weekend. What did we miss?
Well, you might have. Hopefully you didn't miss any of Cal, but you might have. On Friday, how else would the Mariners get things started other than with a Cal Raleigh home run?
Here's Cal Raleigh swinging a fly ball into the gap in left center field. Well hit. And this one is gone. Goodbye baseball, or off the top of the fence. It is gone. Goodbye baseball. It hit the top of the brick wall above the basket, bounced onto the playing surface. Cal Raleigh with his 28th home run of the season jumps on the first pitch to him from Boyd. The Mariners lead 1-0. Number 28 for Cal. He leads all of Major League Baseball with number 28. He now has 61 runs batted in, and the incredible season continues for Cal Raleigh.
Was that the first pitch you saw this weekend? I think it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See you later. Like, don't even bother. Don't throw me pitches. If you do, I'm going to hit home runs.
Insulted that you just threw it to him.
Right. Just walk me. How dare you throw pitches in the strike zone? Do you not know what I'm doing? I will hit home runs. Yeah. It really, I mean, we could spend, honestly, the entire around the weekend just talking about Cal Raleigh. He is everything. I know other guys had good weekends, and there's time here to get to Solano and Garver and Canzone and other guys who contributed this weekend. But there is no doubt what we're watching. I mean, this is what it was like. Lyle, you weren't around in 1998. You didn't get to watch. I mean, I know you were just born, but you didn't get to watch the Maguire-Sosa home run chase, where it just felt like you could not throw those guys a pitch anywhere without it being hit for a home run. Bonds over the next few years after that, once he got pissed that they were winning with roids and was like, oh, I better win with roids. Like, that's what it was like. You couldn't throw them a pitch. They were hitting 60-plus home runs a year. That number 61, it does still stand out there for me. I know that Bonds got to 70, but 61 to me is still an incredibly... Heck, 50 is still a meaningful number. It was really hard when I was a kid for anybody to get to 50. I think Maguire, Canseco got into the high 40s, but guys couldn't get to 50 when I was a kid in the 80s into the 90s. And then eventually, you know, you had the 61 plus in 1998, and that was captivating. I mean, I remember everybody gathered around a TV in my dorm room in college watching Maguire break the record. It was unbelievable. It was a crazy moment.
The way they went back and forth was what made it so fun.
Yes. But
one night, one of them would take the lead, and the next night, the next one.
Locked in they were, right? Like, you couldn't throw him a pitch. And that is kind of what it feels like right now with Cal. Like, if you throw him a pitch, you are taking an enormous risk that he will hit a home run. And now he's hit 31 of them. It's
Especially
insane.
in that environment this weekend where
Crazy.
home runs were kind of flying out of the park. Because unfortunately, the Cubs got off to a quick start against George Kirby as well. He gave up a home run, a single, and a double to the first three batters he faced to give the Cubs a 3-1 lead heading into the second. Kirby settled in after that, going 5 more innings and only giving up one more solo shot in the bottom of the fifth. Mitch Garver tied it up at 4-4 with a 414-foot 2-run home run in the sixth. Bizzardo pitched a 3-up, 3-down bottom of the sixth, and then Cal, as you mentioned, did Cal things again.
Here's the pitch to him. Swung on, crushed, left field. This is on its way. It is gone out of the ballpark. Cal Raleigh has done it. He stands alone, the most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history. Number 29 is out of the yard, and the Mariners have taken the lead. It is 6-4. Cal Raleigh, the season of Cal continues. He is simply unbelievable.
We're still, what, a couple weeks from the All-Star break?
Yeah. Week and a half or so. 2 weeks.
More than that.
2 weeks?
We're at 3 weeks from the All-Star game. Which, by the way, I'm not saying 9 home runs in 20 games is easy, but it's not impossible.
No.
And if he gets there, not only will that break Barry Bonds' record of most home runs hit before an All-Star week, an All-Star break, then he's on Bonds' pace if he actually does that.
It's crazy. And I don't hear it. I mean, there's no reason at all to speculate again about Cal, just given the era we live in, looking at him, looking at his body, knowing this all came after his big contract. Like, that thought is not even out there even a little bit, nor should it be. I mean, like, that's amazing. It really is. And especially playing in this era, not just the lack of performance enhancement, but the pitching that he's facing and the relievers and the sliders and just everything else that Cal's getting. The fact that he's doing from the left side, the right side, he's doing it as a catcher. I mean, like, I can't even tell you all the things that make this insane, but it really is. Like, what we're watching, at least for now, is historic. This is historic baseball. So cool that we get to watch it every night.
It really is. And Dan Wilson talked post-game about some of the technique behind what Cal's been able to do.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's locked in, and you know, staying on time for the heater is a must. And you know, if you're on time for the heater, you give yourself a chance with the other stuff. And you know, I think he's just so dangerous because he's tough to pitch to. He's you know, he hits breaking balls, he hits the hard stuff. You know, he hits just about everything, and you know, he's got power to all fields. So he's just a really difficult out, and when he's finding barrels like he has been, you know, he's dangerous, and he continues to prove that time and time again.
I put this in my email last night too. I just love that he's finally starting to get, you're seeing people other than Mariners fans tweeting about how exciting he is or posting on social media, you know, national shows giving him some attention, because there was just so many. The last couple years, we would check those like best catchers in MLB lists from MLB Network or other places, and he would just get ignored so much. And that was when he was, you know, toughing things out through injuries and still playing incredibly. It's just kind of cool to see him have a season like this where, I mean, deservedly so, he's getting national recognition. But after all of that, when he still was a really good player, but not doing what he's doing now.
I get a text from a buddy in Chicago, a college friend of mine, who had heard me talking a little bit about how much I love Wrigley and that experience. He sent me this cool link. It's a T-shirt for Wrigley, and it's just a clock set for 1:20. It's a 1:20 start time T-shirt because it's such a unique Wrigley thing, right? To start all those games at 1:20. But even him in his text is like, Mariners miss Ferris Bueller Day by just a couple of weeks, but I'm hope Cal hits fewer home runs today. Like, people know what they're getting with Cal Raleigh right now, and very clearly when he runs into town or rolls into town, the other team, the other pitching staff, the other players, the other media, the other fans, they know what they're getting. And that 1 million plus votes that he started off with in the All-Star voting is only going to grow as he continues to become a bigger and bigger national story. And Lyle, you put some of that into your email last night. We'll talk more about Cal at 8 o'clock. You're starting to, I mean, like the Judge thing is starting to become a race. How could it not be? The guy's got 31 home runs, and we're only on June 23rd.
I figured we'd save a little bit of it for later, but yeah, this race is starting to get real. And maybe this is a tease to save it for later, but there's some of Judge's WAR that, for as amazing as he's been this year, feels a little inflated. A little inflated.
Because of how hot he started?
Right.
Yeah.
And some of the luck he's had so far, too. So,
does it help at all that he gets to play in a Mickey Mouse ballpark where all you got to do is hit like little dinks to right field and they go out? Because it feels a little cheap to me. Just me.
So I would say yes, except batting average on balls in play doesn't take home runs into account because home runs aren't in play. And that's part of the reason Judge has been really lucky this year, which I can dig into. BABIP is high, like so high that it's unsustainable.
Well, when you hit pop-ups to right field in Yankee Stadium, it's easy for that batting average and balls in play to stay high. Look, you're right. I agree. I am curious to see. Now, look, Cal's got to sustain it over the course of a whole season. Not easy to do as a catcher. But we haven't even gotten to, like, hot weather at T-Mobile yet. Right? I mean, like, he hasn't gotten to July, August, September in T-Mobile, which should really help his numbers. Very interesting. This gets fun in terms of watching an individual achievement. Pretty amazing.
All right, Saturday, the Cubs got to the M starter early again, with Emerson Hancock giving up back-to-back home runs to Ian Happ and Kyle Tucker to start the first. Raleigh drove in a run in the second to pull the M's within a run, but things really got out of hand in the bottom of the second for Hancock. 2 walks, a double, and another Ian Happ home run left the Cubs with a 6-1 lead. Michael Busch hit a 3-run shot in the third to make it 9-1. The Mariners did put up a fight with Solano and Young each driving in a run in the fourth, and Polanco, Raley, and Solano driving in runs in the fifth to cut the Cubs' lead to 3. But Pete Crow Armstrong hit a solo shot off of Zach Pop in the fifth to make it 10-6. It was a hot weekend in Chicago, and as you mentioned earlier, he kind of started to impact Trent Thornton in the eighth. After already having pitched the sixth and the seventh, he was helped off of the field. All reports are that he's doing fine now. Home plate umpire Chad Whitson also had to exit the game in the fifth due to issues with the heat. I missed the bat boy. You mentioned him.
I think that was right near the very end. Shannon was texting me about that. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty crazy.
Yeah. You could see yesterday I was watching and Brad Adams, like the sweat. He had a fan at the end of the game, like a little portable fan.
Yeah. Shannon sent me a picture of hers up in the booth. Yeah. Shannon had a little mini fan.
It looked kind of miserable, which is funny because we had a pretty cool weekend.
Yeah, all the heat was there.
Yeah. Cal Raleigh, of course, hit another home run to get to 30 on the season, but it was a solo shot in the ninth, so the Mariners still lost that one, 10-7. But don't worry, Sunday. Yesterday was good, yeah. There was a lot of frustration over the decision to DFA Rowdy Tellez instead of Donovan Solano on our text line Friday. Well, it kind of seemed like Donovan Solano wanted to put any questions surrounding him to bed this weekend. He homered twice and drove in 5 runs Sunday, but overall in the weekend, he was 9 for 14 with 8 RBI. I know, you guys have been telling everyone. He started out slow, but the last month has been good, and he definitely tried to showcase that this weekend. Here was his first of the day, a 2-run blast in the top of the 7th.
Here comes the 1-2. Swung on. Crossed. Left field. This one's on its way. This is going to go. It is gone. Top of the stands, left field. Donovan Solano has left the yard for the second time today. Solano crushing the Cubs. 8 hits in the series, 2 home runs today, and the Mariners extend the lead. 9-4 Mariners.
How does anyone know what the hell is going to happen in this game? Seriously. In this great game of baseball, which I love, how in the world does anyone claim to know what the hell's going to happen? Donovan Solano was, over the first month plus of this season, arguably the worst hitter I've ever seen in my life. Arguably. I mean, there have been some others who are going to, compete there. Remember we went through the numbers and how much worse they were than Colton Wong, than Tommy LaStella, than A.J. Pollock, than Sean Figgins. Like, any Mariner you think was an absolute weight, a dead weight on the team, Donovan Solano, until about a month and a half ago, was worse than any of them, and it wasn't close. Like, it wasn't even close to close. He was, truly, one of the worst hitters I've ever seen in April and really through half of May. Over the last month, he's been unbelievably good. How the hell do you predict that? There were a few signs right beforehand, right? We started watching. Remember we were saying,
we talked to Ryan Goldsmith about it.
Yeah, he kind of had a couple of good at-bats. He's kind of hitting, taking some pitches. He's going the other way. He's grinding through, right? Remember? There were 2 games worth of he's grinding through at-bats. It's not paying off, but he is at least doing that. But I know that in the back of our mind, everyone's still, whatever. Cut this guy. He freaking stinks. He's been Cal's in his own stratosphere. Has he been, their third best hitter since then? Cal, JP, and then Solano? Is that a fair statement?
I mean, you want a crazy number?
Yes.
You can argue he's been better than Cal.
Wow, let's not get carried away.
Well, okay, not actually, but if you go by the limited plate appearances, since May the 18th, Donovan Solano ranks 2nd in baseball in WRC+. He's at 237 since May 18th. Now, limited plate appearances, so
but that's over a month.
Right. It's more than a month.
That's 36 days.
Here are the guys he's ahead of over that stretch. And again, minimum 40 plate appearances, so he's had less than a lot of the other guys like Cal, but just behind him is Ronald Acuna, Cal Raleigh, Byron Buxton, Aaron Judge, Ketel Marte. This is a guy who, through May 17th, had a negative 16 WRC plus and like a 300 OPS.
What is just his straight up OPS during that time?
It is
over 1,000.
Yeah, it's over 1,000. To be exact, it's 1161.
That's unbelievable.
So what do we think is real? Somewhere in the middle?
Nothing's real. This game is impossible.
What can we expect from Solano moving forward?
Who the hell knows? How dare you ask that question? I just said nobody knows.
Oh my gosh.
Maura, nobody knows. How could you even have expected this? He was awful. He was an absolute atrocity in the first month and a half of this season. And since, what'd you say, May 18th? He's been the second best hitter in baseball.
So again, just by OPS, through May 17th, 304 OPS. Since then, 1161.
You want to hear a crazy number, by the way? This is a much longer rewind. But can I just read you a stat line? Tell me who this is, okay? Here's a stat line. 316 batting average for a season, okay? 451 on base. 645 slugging for a 1096 OPS. Finished as an all-star and 13th in the MVP voting that season. Who was that?
Mariner or non-Mariner?
Non-Mariner.
I don't know. Poppy?
That was Ted Williams. At the age of his final season in 1960, at the age of 41.
Well, I got it right that it was a Red Sox.
Yes. We were talking about Ted Williams over the weekend. I forget why. My dad was wondering, like, if I had ever seen Ted Williams. He was talking about seeing Ted Williams, and he said in the 60s. I was like, the 60s? So we looked it up, and I was like, oh, okay, his last year was 1960. At the age of 41, he had a 1096 OPS in 113 games and was like, guys, I'm done. I can't play anymore. I got to retire. Like, what?
Well, didn't he lost like 5 years to having to fight in wars?
Yeah. 3 years, yes.
Are you sure you guys weren't talking about him and how that red seat is totally fake at Fenway Park?
Yeah, there is a whole thing about that. I know.
It's not real.
Yeah, I know. It's all right. Don't worry about that. 1096 at the age of 41. What the hell? Sorry, go on.
He wanted to be known as the greatest hitter alive.
Well, that's a pretty good number.
Yeah. All right, we'll wrap up Sunday.
His career on, do you know what his career on base percentage is? What do you think Ted Williams' career on base percentage is? Over 19 seasons. What is his career on base percentage?
It's got to be like 450 at least.
Higher.
480?
482. What? How is that even a real number? All right. Sorry. Go on. Sorry, Maura.
That's okay. We'll wrap up Sunday. There were a lot of home runs to go around yesterday. Cal, of course, got things started with his 31st of the season, a 2-run shot off the first pitch he saw. Canzone hit 2 home runs, and Solano also hit a pair, but the Cubs got theirs as well with 4 on the day. Kyle Tucker's 2-run shot in the 7th brought the Cubs within 3, but the Mariners offense got to work on Nate Pearson in the 8th. They racked up 5 runs to bring the score to its final tally of 14-6. And then they won the series.
What are you talking? Lyle's got a big mischievous grin on his face. Now what?
What? Kyle Tucker hit 2 home runs this weekend? Well, that's a shame.
You can't just be happy with all the runs they racked up and the series win, Lyle?
He needs Kyle Tucker.
No, that's great. They won the series, but also K-Tuck hit 2 homers. So. No, it was a good series win.
Did you guys see what was going on in the College World Series this weekend?
A little. I saw that guy get thrown out.
Yeah, we had some umpire dramatics going on in the College World Series. In the first inning of the second matchup between Coastal Carolina and LSU, home plate umpire Angel Campos ejected Coastal Carolina coach Kevin Schnall and his first base coach Matt Schilling after Schnall came out to get clarification on a warning and told Campos that he had missed 3 calls already, which you can clearly see him mouthing. It really doesn't seem like he said anything else other than you missed 3, like, repeatedly. Here's what it sounded like.
Oh my goodness, he just threw Kevin Schnall out of the game. Wow. In the bottom of the first inning, the home plate umpire throws Kevin Schnall out of this game, and down goes an umpire who had come in to get in the middle of things.
And this is Schnall trying to explain what happened after the game.
Right, so when I come out to ask what the warning is, a grown man shooed me. So at that point, I can now hear him say,
It was a warning issued for arguing balls and strikes. And at that point, I said, because you missed 3. At that point, ejected. If that warrants an ejection, I'm the first one to stand here like a man and apologize. 2 words that define our program are own it. And what does that mean is you have to own everything that you do without blame, without defending yourself, without excuses. It is what it is, but if that warranted an ejection, man, there'd be a lot of ejections.
It seemed pretty sensitive. It's the College World Series.
You're not allowed to argue balls and strikes. Like, I don't understand why. That's whatever. His other point about the guy falling over and him not getting suspended for that. I'm with him on that.
Another umpire came and inserted himself between them, which I've never seen before. Usually they just get in each other's faces and it's fine. I don't know why he felt the need to put his body in between them. And then, you could see the Coastal Carolina coach try to walk around him and he tripped. And then I think the coach is right. The coach said he just did it because he was embarrassed. Yeah. And he's like, you're suspended for bumping an official. The NCAA tried to say after the game that it wasn't for bumping an official. It was there's a prolonged arguing rule. And he was sustaining a prolonged argument. So he'll be suspended the first 2 games of next season.
Okay. Well, whatever.
It just seems like everyone's a bit sensitive.
I'm with him on that being ridiculous. Like, that whole part was absurd. But, like, if you can't argue balls and strikes and you say you missed 3, like, you're not allowed to do that. Like, you're taking a chance that he's going to throw you out of the game.
I guess I've just never seen anyone it happen that quickly. Usually you can argue a little bit.
Well, because he was already mad about the other stuff, right? And the warning and the first base coach and all. But, if you can't argue balls and strikes, you can't argue balls and strikes.
Can we talk about Kate Anderson instead?
Yeah.
That dude's unreal.
Yeah, LSU did go on to win the national championship, and game 1 was a complete game shutout with 10 strikeouts for him.
Is there any chance he's going to be there at 3?
It's getting lower and lower.
Doesn't feel
every
that way,
start.
right?
There's a chance because the Angels can botch any possible draft pick.
True.
But does he get past 1? At this point, it feels like there's a chance that's where the Nats just take him. So if he gets to 3, I would not be shocked if the Mariners took him.
Well, yeah, why would you be shocked? That'd be awesome, right?
Yeah, it'd be awesome. But can he get there at this point?
Well, we'll see.
All right, I got to throw this one little note in there. Speaking of the College World Series, you guys didn't happen to see who was getting interviewed on the broadcast, did you?
I didn't get to see it, no.
Coastal Carolina legend, and you've already mentioned him in this segment. Or you've mentioned him today.
Coastal Carolina legend. Sean Figgins? I don't know. He's not from there. He's from Georgia.
You want me to tell you?
God, I want to guess. Give me a hint. Other than that, I've mentioned him.
He was a Mariner for a short time.
E.J. Pollock? Like, I don't know. Who was it?
Tommy La Stella.
Oh, Tommy La Stella.
Yeah. He got a full interview on the broadcast.
How was he?
Oh, he was good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He sent a shout out to all his friends in Seattle.
I think he missed that part.
I still, whatever. The Tommy La Stella one doesn't bother me. The other ones are worse. I'm sorry. I will not hate on Tommy La Stella.
No, that's fine.
Poor guy. It wasn't his fault. He wasn't even supposed to be here.
It's fine.
All right, well, I will not subject people to hearing about the Thunder winning again, since we already mentioned that, and I know there's a lot of people here not happy about it. Yeah, the Storm beat the Liberty 89-79, a little shorthanded this weekend, and congrats to Keegan Bradley on winning the Travelers Championship.
Oh, poor Tommy Fleetwood. He just cannot close a PGA event. Just sad. All right, we got to take a break. Maura, thank you. Great stuff. I know Brock is feeling very emotional. We will allow him to bare his soul in just a couple of minutes. Next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something completely overblown at OTAs?
Interceptions. So when an interception is thrown, all people see is the end result. I don't think they realize that could have been a free play. He's tossing it up, or he's told just to throw the football so the defense gets a look. Kobe Bryant was over the top. Boom, he gets an interception. It can be deceiving at times.
4 down territory every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More, the place to go for. Sipping rosés with seltzers on ice. Making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, moving along here, Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Brock, good morning, sir. Are we?
Oh, good morning, Michael.
You're inside a week. I appreciate you even coming in today. I know the rest of the week you'll be in wedding planning mode, getting ready for Saturday.
Yeah.
How we doing?
I'm going to save you the text right now. Like, don't bother me. Can you do Blue 88 tomorrow? No, I can't.
No, I'm not going to ask
There's going to be no Blue 88s tomorrow.
Well,
so,
I
or Wednesday
do have
or
a
Thursday or Friday.
I do have a text from Zane in Montana
Yeah.
who's wondering if we might have a chance to get a beer with him while we're in Montana this weekend.
Yeah, I think Zane, right? Zane left us a message,
Right.
that he's a Kalispell guy. So Zane, look out for me. I'm going to be all over the streets of Kalispell. Yeah, come find me.
Look out, but like you're not meeting him for a beer.
So this is where you and I are different.
You're going to take time out to meet Zane for a beer during wedding weekend.
You have like 400 guests in town that you have to entertain.
Brock's going to ditch all of his invited guests who've driven across however long, flown in, spent their hard-earned money. He's like, guys, I got to get a beer with Zane. My bad.
Zane's a content creator.
Yeah.
He's a Here's the Thing legend.
He's a Here's the Thing top five. Here's the Thing. No, we're good. I'm going to let you know tonight, Salk, Molly said, don't you dare touch any of these plates. Bless her heart. She's using these little paper plates as table indicators and writing all their 10 people per table.
Yeah.
Depending on size, but yeah, kind of 10 per table.
Okay.
So I'll let you know tonight where you're at. It was a big debate in the house.
Oh,
last
I bet.
night.
Yeah, you know, at 9:30 this morning, we're going to talk a little bit more about this. I can't do it right now because I know you were. I saw last night, and we got tons of Mariner stuff today. Angie's going to be with us at 8:30. We'll spend some time talking about Cal at 8 o'clock. He's just remarkable. We got some general Mariner stuff at 7:30. But I mean, this is sort of a one-day story, at least for now. But man, I saw your passion last night.
Yeah, it was weird, man. And it's a little bit like this wedding. I had a friend of mine whose daughter got married a couple years ago, and he sent me this amazing video of him walking her down the aisle and the doors opening and the groom up there just losing it. And it just melted me. Like I became just this puddle. Like, whoa, I wasn't ready for that. And I got to be honest, man, through this whole run with OKC and all that they've built the last 20 years, and Sam Presti, the GM's done a phenomenal job of building a better team. Honestly, Salk, I was like, whatever, it's in the distance. It doesn't have anything to do with me. I'm not really that invested. I don't really care. And then it got to championship game last night. And I'm like, oh, man, I really want the Thunder to lose. I really don't want them to win. I really want to see Indiana do this thing. A bunch of unsung guys, Halliburton playing through injury, and then he gets the catastrophic Achilles tear in the first quarter, and that just kind of revved my engine more. I had to walk away.
Well, as you've said before, basketball is the thing that kind of brings out your emotion more than any other sport.
Oh, my gosh. And I don't know if that's because my girls played it, my wife played it, the Husky basketball, if you remember back in the day, if you were a P1, well before Zane entered the fray, if you were around in 9, 10, 11, 12, Husky basketball, like for us in January, February, the March Madness runs, it was emotional. It was passionate. And I found myself last night, honestly, and maybe I'm way late to the party, but last night was the first time it just drudged up a bunch of like anger. Like, this shouldn't be. Screw you, Clay Bennett. How could you do this, Mayor Nichols? Come on, Howard Schultz. Maybe the dumbest business decision for a smart businessman that you ever made in your life. You sold that thing for $300-some million. It's now worth $3 billion. Like, and obviously, some of the other minority owners, it wasn't their say. I saw people talking about it. It wasn't John Stanton's say as a minority owner. That was Howard. Howard was done. Howard was done with the NBA. He was done with the players. He was done with the whole thing. He was done with the commissioner. He was done with David Stern. And, yeah, last night just drudged up, Salk, seriously, a lot of that emotion to the point where it was not healthy. And then I had to, in the fourth quarter, just walk away. I can't do this. I'm getting so mad. Molly's over there working her butt off on these paper plates, and I'm over here just fuming and steaming. And I know she kind of gave me that look. I'm like, I'm out. All right, I get it. I'm childish. I'm immature. I'm angry.
Well, I don't think this qualifies as that. I mean, childish, immature, angry is when your team is losing and you're kind of being a baby about it, right? Like, I get that. This is not that. This is a different kind of emotion. This isn't, hey, I've chosen a team because, for whatever reason, and they're losing and I can't handle it because I'm a sore loser.
Yep.
This is actual like life emotion. I would say that's a very, very different feeling.
Honestly, it was seeing like the pictures. It was weird, man. Just watching the game and just seeing like, oh, there's Detlef Schrempf. Oh, there's Hershey Hawkins. Oh, there's Nate McMillan. Oh, there's Gary Payton. Oh, there's Sean Kemp. There's all these guys that did all these amazing things and won so many games, Salk. And, the
Wait,
Sonics.
They were all there?
No, but those were the images in my head.
Okay. Sorry. I thought you meant they were there.
No. No. I don't, And I can only
they didn't
imagine.
really do any of that. I would give ESPN and Mike Breen and the other guys credit. They didn't do that. They didn't say like they're first since the 79 or anything.
I think they've
that.
heard. I think they've heard
Right.
and seen that that's a non-starter. That's a loss leader. Let's not go down that road. But the Sonics, you also, and it predated you, right? I mean, that was all happening just as we started the show.
It happened
in 09.
right before we started, right? We came on the air April of 09. The Sonics left in 08.
And we have seen with our sports teams here that we're the flagship of some peaks and valleys, some ups and downs. Largely the last almost 2 decades, the Seahawks have been pretty darn good. To a Super Bowl in 05, been to 2 other Super Bowls, won one of those. They've been pretty good, Salk, but there were some lean years in the 90s, right? The Mariners, there have been some lean years, and we got to fortunately see a drought end. You got to understand, man, the Sonics were good. Sonics were world champs in 79. Sonics had like great players. The Sonics through the 90s and George Carl, they went to the finals. Had it not been for Michael Jordan, who knows? They could have had a couple rings. Like they were quality organization, great players, winners. Like man, and the whole city was just all around them. And last night, and I don't think I was alone in that, looking a little bit at social media and just seeing the response to my tweet. Yeah, there was a lot that I think it just, hey man, out of sight, out of mind. Well, that was right in your sight, and that was right in your mind last night, and you couldn't escape it. And that dredged up a whole bunch of just rage and emotion out of your boy last night. The good news is it was like a boil; it just exploded, and then boom, to bed. Like I think I fell asleep at 9:20 last night. Oh yeah,
like a toddler.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like you had a little temper tantrum, it wore you out, and then you fell asleep.
That's you know what? That's so analogous. And I think you could picture your Cecily, and maybe you were that child,
maybe
and Macy too, running hot, and then all of a sudden, system shut down.
Yeah,
tank is empty. I'm going to bed.
Wait, so much so that it's not bothering you at all anymore this morning?
Not as much as last night, Lyle. No, And obviously, just practice and wedding and everything that's coming, like that helps flush it. So no, went to bed, got like 8-9 hours sleep, woke up, and let's go. New day, new time. But last night, just a toddler, just an angry mess.
Well, that's interesting.
So, yeah,
because you almost had me. You really almost had me with that entire tangent in this segment. Except, you should hold up what you're drinking this morning.
What's that?
Oh no, you don't want to do that. No, your water.
Yeah,
your water. You're only drinking water, nothing else. Not the handy cup of Starbucks you happen to stop and get yourself this morning, the day after the Thunder win the NBA Finals.
Yeah. Because that's Starbucks. That's Sonics. Yeah, that was Howard Schultz and Starbucks are different.
No,
they are.
No, they're
not.
I mean, they're pretty connected.
Yeah, they're different.
I mean, I can understand drinking Starbucks because, like, at the end of the day, I think that's kind of an empty. That you're punishing yourself more than you're punishing Howard Schultz, but. I kind of with Lyle, like if you're going to do the rants, you can't hold your Starbucks cup while you're doing it.
Sure can.
No.
I think I will right now.
Oh my gosh, you can't do that.
We got a text about it too.
Oh yeah,
you can't do that.
That runs hot.
No, you can't.
253 says alligator tears, sips his Starbucks.
I've been a boycotter for 20 years. You can say whatever you want.
But that's dumb too. You're punishing yourself.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No.
Well, no, except he's not because he won't drink caffeine. That's why he's falling asleep all the time.
That's true. true. Well, so now you're punishing us.
That's right.
You're punishing us for the sins of Howard Schultz, Clay Bennett,
And thus,
David
you're
Stern,
punishing
and
the
everybody
show.
else.
And thus, you're punishing Zane and all of
that's
our
not
great
right.
listeners.
It's not very nice. Lyle, come on. You're
How is this possibly getting
depriving
turned
us of
back
your
on me?
you're depriving us of your great humor.
How did this segment just turn into that Spider-Man meme? Where they're finger pointing?
All right. Anyway, huge bummer last night. The only stain on what really was a great weekend for Seattle sports, and hopefully it'll get corrected in the next month or two, because it does really feel like the momentum is there for a team to be returned to Seattle sooner rather than later. Mariners hot. Cal hotter, Chicago even hotter than either of them. That's next on Brock and Salk.
Breaker, this is the Big Rig Mariner. Mercy sakes, we got the big dumper unloading all over big league pitching. Over.
To the 1 track to the wall, and it's gone, and he does it. Number 30 the other way here at Wrigley Field, Cal Raleigh.
He's baseball's breakout player in 2025, making his case for American League MVP. And this is where you follow along the Big Dumpers Big Run. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. It felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that moment and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. And that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. This is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 8-333-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
It was hot. It was windy. It was a very large success for the Mariners this weekend. Didn't get the sweep, but coming away with a series win in Chicago against one of the better teams, I think, in the league. Those Cubs are good, loaded offensively, pretty good pitching staff. Well, no big deal. You just scored 30 runs in 3 games on them. Just domination on both Friday and Sunday with a tough one in between. 30 runs this weekend, a lot of them, coming courtesy of this guy.
Here's the pitch to him. Swung on, crushed, left field. This is on its way. It is gone out of the ballpark. Cal Raleigh has done it. He stands alone, the most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history. Number 29 is out of the yard, and the Mariners have taken the lead.
Yeah, that was 29. He also hit 30 and 31. 28, 29, 30, and 31 this weekend, Brock.
I mean,
Bruh.
Yeah, bruh. I often think and wonder, in these locales like Fenway and Wrigley, New York, right? These places that have been around for generations. When the Mariners come into town, right, and those Cubbies get to watch them, what is their takeaway? Like, they pay no attention. They're not watching the Seattle Mariners, right? More than likely. The game's on at 10 o'clock at night on the East Coast more times than not when they're at home. But when you get a chance to get a glimpse of them, and I just thought to myself, as Cal put on an absolute show, as the offense did their thing, like, the Mariners leave, and I bet those Cubs fans are like, I never want to see that lineup and that team again.
Right.
Because those dudes, up and down. What did you write in your email last night? You know, they're just threatening. You just feel like these guys should be a threat each and every game. And now that Solano's become one of the best hitters in baseball, right? Now that Jorge's full speed again and running well, now that Randy is, happy Randy and hitting doubles after doubles after doubles, like, man, there are threats galore led by a guy doing things never done in baseball.
It's really been, I mean, all of those things are true, but the Cal thing is just remarkable.
I mean, it's interesting. I watched a lot of Cubs games on TV, and you saw that happen. And then to see Cal do it is it's a little bit surreal, but that's what he's been doing. You just he gets the barrel to it, and it's going to go somewhere hard. And in this ballpark, you're going to get a chance to hit it out of the ballpark, and he has just been so consistent finding.
Well, and in this weekend, all you had to do was hit a pop fly, and there was a decent chance it was going to fly out of the ballpark. Garver, 2-home run game. Canzone, 2-home run game. Solano, 2-home run game, just like you would have predicted about a month ago. Astros, the only real black mark on the weekend. Astros win 2 out of 3 also. So Mariners remain 5 back. They'll head to Minnesota for 4 with Brian Wu on the mound tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I will play you the sound, but it obviously a tough feeling for any Sonics fan last night. The unthinkable occurring, Thunder winning the NBA championship. It did take 7, but they took the finale down pretty decisively, especially after Halliburton got hurt. He goes down early with the Achilles injury. You can't get mad at the player, and players had nothing to do with it. SGA is pretty darn incredible. He is part of a very elite group, Brock, who've won the MVP, the scoring title, and the championship in 1 year. Mm-hmm. Of course, he was named Finals MVP.
Feels amazing. So much weight off my shoulders. So much stress relieved. Like, no matter what, like, you go into every night wanting to win, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way. And tonight could have been one of those nights, but we found a way. I'm so proud of this group. I wouldn't have rather done it with any other group in the world. It feels good to be a champion.
Do you know what the Finals MVP of Major League Baseball, the World Series, the Stanley Cup Final, and the NBA championship have in common?
Larry.
No.
What?
They're all Canadian. SGA, Sam Bennett, and Freddie Freeman. All Canadians.
Wow.
The reigning MVPs in all 3 sports.
Yeah, it was hard to watch. SGA's got a little James Harden to his game. He is a foul collector and a flopper, but he also is really selfless. And that team is really selfless. And they have built and assembled the deepest team, the youngest team. They're huge, heavy favorites to win the title next year, which has not happened in basketball. It's been really hard to build any kind of dynasty here in a bunch of years. Been a lot of different champions over the last decade or so. But if a team's going to do it, they are poised with a whole bunch of powerful personnel.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
It was an awesome weekend for the Kraken, Brock. By trading away Andre Burakovsky, they made their team better. I could not be more excited. I saw that as I was waking up, Saturday morning, and I was like legitimately excited. Don't know anything about Joe Veleno, the guy they got back. Don't care. Depth center.
So what are these 2 moves, if you were to look at them kind of globally?
Yeah.
What do they signify?
So the 2 moves, right? They acquire Mason Marchment for a 3rd and 4th rounder.
Big guy, right?
Big, 6'5", physical pest. Obnoxious
Nuisance.
to play against. Yeah, nuisance.
Sandpaper.
All
abrasion.
of those things. Big checker hitter. Okay. And they trade away maybe the softest player I've ever watched, and Andre Burakovsky. I mean, just soft. Andre. Paper soft.
Andre.
Always hurt, never hit, too many turnovers, not good enough defense, just soft. And by the way, highly paid at the same time. So they save money on the Burakovsky deal, but more importantly, they get him out of town. Get this guy off your team. Brock, what did they do? They're starting to change, I hope, their identity of what kind of team they want to be. If you say you want to be tough, which every hockey coach says, you can't carry guys like Andre Burakovsky on your team who are always hurt, turn the puck over constantly. Sorry, I'm getting upset. I love it. I'm really, really excited about this. And they save money in the process. So.
Yeah, winner, chicken dinner.
We'll spend a few minutes on it at 9 o'clock with Greg Wyshinski. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
I got a dumb question.
All right.
The torpedo bat.
Mm-hmm.
It was all the rage early in the year with all the Yankees, right? And Aaron Judge. And then there was a whole bunch of conversation with Cal Raleigh. And then, now he's got a right-handed torpedo bat and a left-handed torpedo bat. Like, to look at what he is doing and accomplishing, not to take any of it away or take any of it for granted at all or point to, it's just a torpedo bat. But isn't there's got to be something to that,
Well, I'm sure it's helping. But, then if it's that big a deal, anyone can use it. It's not illegal. Right, I know they've gone through how certain guys, it sort of helps their swing more than others, but
that's right.
I don't know, man. Whatever. So it's helping his swing.
Absolutely.
I think it's great.
Oh, I think it's phenomenal, and it doesn't help everybody, right? It just like a driver doesn't. A great driver, Salk, doesn't necessarily help you or me.
It's true, yeah.
But getting the right hands of the right guy with the right loft, the right stiff, shaft, stiffness of the shaft and everything else. Like for Cal, this must do something. This must help him in his swing be able to get. Oh my God!
I'll tell you what. I was going to wait till 8 to talk about Cal and kind of do some. We can't. Cal's too important. What he's doing is too insane. And it doesn't seem to matter how much we talk about them. It's not enough. So we will address that next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The one, the only Tim Kirkchin is with us. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm just as confused as you are about the Mariners, if they're going to get really good or not.
Is it hard to understand where their needs truly are as we approach that trade deadline?
This team is due for a great stretch of great starting pitching. If they can score a few runs, maybe they can really make a playoff berth in the American League.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, Mike Salk here, and it is now summer. We're past the solstice. That means all the things you would expect, right? Weekend trips, vacations, kids out of school. Look, I get it. You got a lot going on. Maybe you got to go to a wedding this weekend in Montana, like I do. So you're probably thinking you're too busy to start the diet, workout, or weight loss plan. Don't let that be an excuse. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic does make it so easy for you. You won't feel like you're adding on one more thing to your already busy life. Instead, you'll only be subtracting a ton of weight. I did the plan. I lost 35 pounds. Ryan Roland Smith, same deal. He lost 30. A listener texted in down 42 with more to go. That was just last week. Summer's a perfect time to get this done. Dr. Coogan's worked with over 4,000 local people to deliver successful results. So be the next one. Schedule your 15 minutes with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic right now. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Washington is leading the way in car theft reduction. Car thefts dropped by 32% from 2023 to 2024 in our state, but there's still work to be done. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I wanted to wait. I was going to talk some General Mariner stuff here and wait to talk about Cal Raleigh until 8, but it's impossible, Brock. It is the story. It is one of the coolest stories I think we've covered in our 16 years together here with the Mariners and with Seattle sports in general. He is putting together right now as dominant a performance as anything we've seen. You mentioned that last week, and I think the only one that really came close was Felix during his Cy Young season, where he just was every 5 days, you just knew he was going to go out and dominate, and he did. Cal is hitting that rarefied air, and I'll admit I'm sort of running out of ways to say how great he is. We'll bring Angie on at 8:30 and let her try. Tomorrow we'll ask Jeff Passan about it. Wednesday I'll ask Buster about it. Buster only going to join us on Wednesday and get his thoughts on everything Cal's doing, but historic is really the right word for it. This is history we're watching right now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's getting to the point, kind of like as a kid. I guess today is a little bit of a throwback Monday as we talked about the Sonics to open the show. Truly, it's getting to the point for those that are of my age. I think Lyle's a little bit too young, maybe even the mid to late 30s-something. It's getting to the point where this is like Griffey era. Like as a kid in the 80s and 90s and watching Ken Griffey Jr. and watching him do things that nobody else on the planet could do, right? To be one of, if not the best player in the game at that time, and then being this like 220-pound, just strong safety playing center field, jumping on walls and taking away home runs and climbing walls and then hitting home runs in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games in a row where you just like, you're not supposed to do this. You're making this really, really difficult game look easy. And it kind of reminds me of all people, Adam Gase. When I was doing the NFL in 2020, he said, you know what kind of sucks? Mahomes. He's ruining the game. He's so good, and he's making it look so easy that, everybody else is like, what am I supposed to do about that? Cal right now hitting 31 bombs. Oh, not even before the All-Star break. I'm hearing, before the All-Star break, he's played 75 games.
It's really remarkable. He's on pace for 66. The stats are incredible. This one that Morris sent over from Jordan Schusterman's pretty amazing. This is crazy. I'll read this. Only Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, Eugenio Suarez, and Kyle Schwarber have hit more home runs this season than Cal Raleigh has hit left-handed. So he, as just a left-handed hitter, would be 5th in baseball in hitting home runs. He's also hitting 315, on base of 371, slugging 708 with 10 home runs, batting right-handed.
Yeah.
So just the left-handed Cal, taking away all of his, about a quarter of his at-bats maybe are right-handed, maybe somewhere along those lines. Take away the right-handed, he's the 5th highest home run hitter in baseball. And then you can add back in the other 10 and everything else that he's doing, an OPS, well over 1,000, almost at 1,100 right-handed. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I made fun of you, when you put your list of the most intriguing Mariners. I kind of poked fun at it, but I understood where you were coming from. It wasn't like insane that he wasn't one of your 10 intriguing because he'd done it, right? 27 home runs, 30 home runs, 34 home runs, Platinum Glove Award winner. And it was like, well, Cal's going to hit 30 home runs. Cal's going to play great defense. You kind of know what you get in Cal. And I think on the side, I was like, well, what if he does more?
It's honestly, to me, if you had asked me that a couple of months ago, impossible. He kind of is what he is. He's 28 years old, and, he kind of grew into this and took him a little while as a switch-hitting catcher. But this is probably about all he's got because, players by that point generally have reached their pinnacle of kind of who they're going to be.
Right.
Not so much. He's unbelievable. And the numbers, Brock, are only part of the story. I actually think right now the Cal story is almost best told by feel. You can feel Cal's presence in every game. Right? If you were an opponent facing Cal Raleigh, you can feel him looming in that lineup. You know he's coming. It should affect the way you pitch to the guys in front of him. It should affect who pitches to whom, affects the way you bring and use your pen, right? I mean, like the Red Sox bringing in Chapman in the 8th to save that game last week, it didn't end up costing them, but it could have. Right? I mean, like, if you believe in the magical 9th inning and the final out is harder to get, well, you're forcing the other team to go to their closer in the 8th because you have to make sure he's the one who faces Cal Raleigh because he's Griffey, Bonds, McGuire, Souza, whatever, when they're on that kind of a tear. And it does remind me of those guys. You mentioned Griffey. I didn't get to watch as much Griffey just growing up in the East Coast, but the 98 home run chase was, as interesting to me as anything like that in sports that I've ever followed. And this is what it felt like. Like, surely he's not going to, oh my God, they made him pitch and he hit a home run. Like, surely he can't hit another, oh my God, there's another home run for in this case, Cal Raleigh. But that's how it felt with McGuire. That's how it felt with Bonds the year he hit 70 and during that entire, kind of stretch there. He's on pace for 66 home runs, Brock.
Yep.
Does the number 61 still hold meaning to you?
Yeah.
It does to me, too. And you know me, I'm not I don't get too bent out of shape about steroids. And I think McGuire and Souza and Bonds should all be in the Hall of Fame, along with Roger and all of them. They should all be in the Hall of Fame. They were the best players of their generation. The idea that they're not in the Hall of Fame, to me, is absurd. But 61 still holds merit. Maybe you don't get to have the official title of, the single season home run record, but it should be mentioned that if you can do that clean, I think that absolutely has
Didn't
has
Judge
power.
do that did Judge do that a couple years ago?
Yes, he did.
Yes.
Which is great. Yeah. It still is meaningful to me to get to 61.
Oh, there's no question. To get anywhere near 60, 50 would be unbelievably meaningful. In this case, 49 would be unbelievably meaningful because Salvi, as the all-time catcher.
49. He's going to get there in like 10 days.
I mean, it feels that way. But you also know how difficult and demanding. That's the other aspect of it that we can't say enough about it. Right? He's not just a DH, although he was yesterday. And have you noticed, as a DH, I bet his splits are not nearly as bad as they were like a month ago when we looked at those things, right? He continues to just do it right-handed, left-handed DH, playing catcher, but doing this while being the best catcher in baseball as well. Framing, throwing, pitch calling, leading. I mean, it is just, as you said, you kind of run out of superlatives.
You do. It helps to just ask other people. We asked Jeff Passan about him last week.
At the end of the day, and it's funny to say this because we've said it about another player in the past, the Mariners are going to go as far as Cal Raleigh can take him. He is the franchise now, and that fans around the country see that, I think, is a great sign for him and for baseball, frankly, because if he weren't starting the All-Star game this year, it would be an absolute farce.
And I think that, fans, and you brought up earlier, how do other fans feel or other media members feel when they get a chance to see the Mariners for 3 games? I think they feel a lot of feelings about Cal Raleigh, right? I mean, just seeing it and being like, man, you can't throw this guy a pitch. You cannot throw him a strike. Heck, sometimes it's not even a strike. He is getting into that zone where if I'm an opposing manager at the end of a game, I might just walk him with nobody on.
Yeah, and you started to feel that yesterday, right? He hits a home run in the opening at bat to kind of set the tone.
Yep.
And then he really got almost nothing to hit, yet he still hits the upper rail fastball for this top spin, just 100-mile-an-hour exit velo single to right field, right? And you know, I think, though, a couple things that as we've watched Cal kind of develop and grow into this, that your eyes just see. You don't even need the savant and the next level stats. You see that his bat is just missing so many fewer baseballs. That when the GM or the manager, John Schneider of the Blue Jays, said famously a couple years ago that he's not that hard to pitch to. Now he is brutally hard to pitch to. Now his right side, you feel, you know, back in the last few years when he hit right-handed, you're like, well, that's cool. He's capable, but I sure like him better left-handed. Now it's like, is there any difference? It almost feels platoon neutral, doing the kind of damage he's doing when he's hitting right-handed. And yeah, and then I think that word you say, feel. You feel him. And as a competitor, Salk, as a player, you know, I love that. Like in high school, I loved going to play up at North Kitsap my senior year. And I want them to feel. I loved going into high school basketball gyms and in warm-ups, like, you're going to feel me. Like, you know, even collegiately, having some of those times and some playing with some great teams. And that, you know, 96 year with Corey and Jerome, like, you're going to feel us. We're going to pound the football, and then I'm going to drop dimes right over your head. Like, you're going to feel us. And it's really hard at the professional level to get to that point.
Well, and it's really hard in
Very few
baseball
players.
where there isn't a physicality element to it, right? There is no contact. You're not going to run into them. Even basketball, which is not technically a contact sport, has a lot of contact in it.
Yes, it
Football
does.
obviously does. Hockey obviously does.
Yep.
That is not baseball. And yet you feel that physical presence of Cal Raleigh kind of looming throughout a game. It's really remarkable. And, you know, I think there are a few other things that build it up even more. He's so affable. He's so likable. He has so many of the leadership qualities that people want. And then you put him, you know, into a player who's doing this kind of a thing. I think that adds to it. You mentioned the defense earlier, the toughness that goes with that position and sort of playing catcher and sort of the mystique around it. But I'll reference this as well. Doing this after signing his big deal is I tip my cap to him. It's a remarkable achievement. It is so rare that happens, where you give a guy a big deal and immediately he just starts playing better rather than shutting it down, rather than, you know, eating or drinking his way out of the league. Like, nope, I'm going to take this and absolutely reward the city, the franchise, ownership, GM, everybody who was associated with it by giving my absolute best and actually taking a huge step forward. It's mind-blowing. Honestly, it's a remarkable testament, not just to his baseball athleticism, but to his character and who Cal Raleigh is.
So Peyton was a year older than me, Peyton Manning. I almost came out in that draft with him and Ryan Leaf. I did not. Went back to school, you know, tough year, a lot of scars, a lot of scar tissue from that final season for me. But then Peyton goes on and has some great success. And then I believe I was there. Was I there in Indy? I believe so, when he signed his first big contract, right? He was the number one pick, so he got a really big contract, but then he played at a really high level and got his next contract. And I'll never forget that press conference. I remember being home and watching it, and he said something so profound and so true that pays off exactly what you said about Cal. It was not a reward. Like, this is not a reward. Now it's an opportunity for me to go earn it. Like, I'm going to go earn all of this. Like, you've bestowed this upon me. You made me generationally wealthy. You've taken care of generation after generations. You know what my job is now to do? Go earn it. Go earn it. Not act as a lottery ticket, not act as a reward, but now I got to go earn everything you've given me. And that has been Cal's approach. And man, is he earning it right now. 31 home runs. 31 home
Lyle
runs.
brought up earlier, like, this is not, I mean, I know it was a done deal. Aaron Judge is going to win the MVPs from New York. So, obviously nobody else has a shot. But this is becoming a compelling race, no?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. I mean, so there's a couple points to this. They're within a war of each other now. Less than
What
a
do you mean
win.
war? You can't say war this time. Everything that's going on in the world, Lyle.
Stop it.
can you use
Leave
a
him
different
alone.
term?
Wins above replacement. There you go. Per Fangraphs, they would actually call that F-War for short. So there you go.
A lot of people saying F-War right now.
That too. Anyway.
Lyle, don't do this to him. Salk, don't do this to Lyle.
Anyway, Cal Raleigh, like, the MVP is not just the wins above replacement award anymore. Like, well, actually, I say anymore. I'm not saying the highest. I'm just going to say it. I'm not saying the highest WAR player doesn't win the award a lot of the time, but the fact they're within one of each other, like, that's enough to say, like, yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be judged, but whatever. I'm going to get past that, especially because you guys tried to fluster me with that. So
really brought in.
I'm just going to get past it. Okay. Since May 1st, you look at Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge's numbers. Judge in that time has a WRC plus of 203 and an OPS of 1135. Cal's got an OPS of 1155 and a WRC plus of 221. So in other words, guys, for more, like, Cal Raleigh has been better than Aaron Judge for more of the year than Aaron Judge has been better than Cal Raleigh.
It's remarkable. And by the way, Lyle, as a side note to that, I'm just so impressed with your resilience. I mean, gritting your way through that was really impressive. You're just going to get through it. I appreciate that. I mean, a lot of people have suffered. People say your generation doesn't have that level of grit. But look what you just accomplished. You made it all the way through that minute or two of speaking, even after we laughed at you. So I got to tell you, we're all very impressed.
Big steps, big strides.
Maybe you're
big
an MVP candidate yourself. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Brock, are we rumor mongering here? What's happening? Are we creating rumors?
How about that?
What's happening?
How about that?
What is going on?
DJ coming on with us last week. You asked him about Trey Hendrickson. The next day, as I'm driving around Moscow, Idaho, I see NFL rumors on some social site that I go to my guy Lyle to make sure I'm not being sent-held. Talk to me about NFL rumors. And what did you say? It's kind of an aggregate of just different headlines. Yeah. And but it's at least out there.
Yeah.
Right? It's at least something.
So what is going on?
What's going on is that NFL Rumors on social media has said that rumor has it the Seahawks have some interest in Trey Hendrickson. That's the rumor.
But is that but if it came from us, that's not a rumor.
I've not been able to verify that through
the rumor
sources.
Should be Seattle sports host has interest in Trey Hendrickson.
Well, no, but as soon as you asked Daniel Jeremiah about it and he said, yes, that's a good idea, every article I clicked this weekend that says Seahawks are interested in Trey Hendrickson references Daniel Jeremiah.
And the next one should say NFL pundit believes Seahawks should have interest in Trey Hendrickson. There's no evidence here that John Schneider has any interest in Trey Hendrickson or that Mike McDonald or anybody else who works for the Seahawks.
Apparently you and DJ discussing it is enough. You did get the Geno and the DK thing right.
Fair, but that's dumb. I got to tell you, that's stupid. That's really dumb. That is I don't know if that's Centel, but that's something akin to it. That's ridiculous.
You know what that is?
That is clickbait.
That is this little 3-week hiatus that the NFL all goes away, and that's trying to create something somewhere to have some conversation.
That's BS. That's just wrong. That's just not true. Mike Salk and Daniel Jeremiah talking about whether or not the Seahawks should go after Trey Hendrickson is not an NFL rumor. That's like 2 idiots in a bar talking about what they think they want their team to do.
The name of the album of Fleetwood Mac was Rumors.
Yes.
Right? Was there an actual song?
No.
There was not. That was just the name of the album.
I actually checked for you this morning, Brock, because you had it on your sheet. And I was like, this isn't a song. This is an album.
Right. And we've gone through this before. Every time we talk about Rumors, Brock wants to play Rumors from Fleetwood Mac, which isn't a song, but is an album. But it doesn't really make sense to play like Gold Dust Woman or anything.
No.
Well, you said
cue it in your notes. You said cue Fleetwood Mac Rumors. That's why I looked for it for you.
I've learned now that it is just the name of the album.
Yes. Good job. All right. Question number 2. Who is Ken Walker, Brock?
Did you spend some time? Do you put your Ebenezer's on?
I
and look
did.
at that graph?
Yeah.
Nice little graph that Morris sent to us last night. I apologize, Maura. Where did you find that in your? That wasn't even Sound Hound. That was Graph Hound. That was Data Hound.
The
that
great
was
Graph
Fantasy
Hound.
Football Hound. Yes.
Same ring to
That
it.
was a tweet from Ian Hartitz.
Yep. Ian's is a fantasy, might be a fantasy football kind of guy. It was next level stats. And bottom line is it looked at all the running backs in the NFL and looked at the amount of tackles that they forced kind of missed tackles, and then yards after contact. And your eyes know this from Ken Walker. That dude creates a lot of missed tackles. In fact, he's on an island. He's number one in the league. There was no one even kind of close to him. The percentage of runs, it was almost like 40% of his runs, Salk, he created a missed tackle. It's phenomenal. Now, on the flip side of it, he was a little over 3 yards after contact, whereas a Zach Charbonnet, 3.5, the league leaders over 4. And therein is some of the rub. I think both the rub and the advantage of the Seahawks. The advantage is you actually have a finesse hitter and a power hitter. You actually have a guy that gets on base and a guy that can do some damage with it. A 1-2 punch with Ken and Charbonnet's different skill sets that I think is advantageous for him. For Ken Walker, if he wants that next bag, if he wants to get paid, that yards after contact has got to grow this season. Right? It's not just about, making people miss. It's not just about dodging. It's not just about bouncing, which he's fully capable of doing. Now it's about put that head down and go get yourself an extra half yard per carry to just be league average. Just be league average in creating yards after that contact. Mix that with his ability to make people miss, and he's going to get a contract somewhere.
All right, question number 3. UW, the Huskies revealing their new unis, Brock. What do we think?
I like them.
They're pretty similar, right? They just went back to the gold on the outside of the numbers.
Yeah, they're very similar.
It's a little
better. Yeah, it pops a little bit. The stripe. I saw some people complaining about the stripe. I saw some people complaining that the gold doesn't match the gold of the helmet.
Oh.
I don't care, man. Maybe this is my color blindness that I couldn't even tell that much apart. To me, it all looked good. I love the stripes. There's something about those stripes down the top of the helmet, down the side of the pants, on the jersey. There's just something about that I love. And yeah, just being heavy into the purple and the gold, leaning really into that, not getting too funky, not trying to mess around too much. To me, it's kind of like Lambeau Field. Why Lambeau and Wrigley are some of the best as they mix the old with the new really, really well. And I thought the uniforms were very representative of that.
All right, good stuff. That is today's version of Blue 88. If you want something from Rumors that fits, Brock, this probably comes closest. Lindsey Bucky hitting his high notes there. Secondhand news, that's sort of what we created. I think with DJ would be about as close as you could get it, right? We created secondhand news because there's nothing real about that. That is the definition of fake news.
What are you guys going to do with your newfound power?
What would you like us to do?
What's the next rumor we want to create?
All kinds of juicy rumors, apparently.
I think the Mariners should have interest in who did you want last year, Lyle? Not just Kyle Tucker, the third baseman from Atlanta.
Austin Riley?
Yeah, Austin Riley.
Yeah.
I think
Mariners have interest in Austin Riley.
Do you think the Mariners should go after Austin Riley? I do. I think they should. I feel like that would be a good idea for the Mariners to try to trade for Austin Riley and have him be their third baseman moving forward. I feel like that would be a good idea.
Passan about it tomorrow.
Okay.
Get some headlines.
And then
out
we'll
there.
send it to MLB Trade Rumors. Unfortunately, that's a real site and they do actual stuff, so maybe that's not the right vibe. But yeah.
Send it to the guy who Passan was tweeting at this week, MLB Scoops.
Yeah, what's the deal with that?
Oh, they're such a fake,
account.
ridiculous
But then somehow our guy June Lee is like a part of that whole thing. He was somehow involved in that. What? I know. I just realized I better stay out of the whole thing because I didn't realize there was some Jeff June beef. It seems like maybe there is because I had texted Jeff and asked him if he had read June's piece last week in the Times. And he's like, But I didn't realize, I didn't know there was, I was stepping in the middle of a open battle. So yeah, I'm going to just kind of stay away from that. Yeah, moving forward. 509 wondering if that song is secondhand news or just sitting here nude. No, it's secondhand news. It's nothing about nudity, I promise. Speaking of strange, Brock, and that is a strange text, I think it's the perfect word to describe what we're seeing right now. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Breaker, this is the Big Rig Mariner. Mercy sakes, we got the big dumper unloading all over big league pitching. Over.
To the one track to the wall, and it's gone, and he does it. Number 30 the other way here at Wrigley Field, Cal Raleigh.
He's baseball's breakout player in 2025, making his case for American League MVP. And this is where you follow along the Big Dumpers Big Run. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Everett, the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafee and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party. Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile.
Fly ball right field. Sailing back. Gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh.
Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Heading to the ball game? Don't mess with traffic and pricey parking fees. Make it easy and ride the bus. It's affordable and convenient. No stress, no hassle. And plenty of time to grab a hot dog before first pitch. Community Transit makes riding the bus fun, easy, and affordable. You save money on parking, and kids under 18 ride for free. See where they can take you and plan your trip today. Go to Community Transit at ctgo.org/home run.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Angie Mentink will join us in 30 minutes. She was front row for the heat exhaustion, Brock, the wind, everything, and the Mariners' bats just coming to life in Chicago this weekend. By the way, it seemed miserable there, especially on Saturday. My God.
So, have you ever been up in the Midwest heat and humidity like that?
Yes, I have.
In the Midwest?
Yeah,
I know
Chicago
the Northeast,
wedding.
Obviously, you get it, and down south, you get it.
I lived in D.C., which certainly has it over a summer. I've been in New Orleans in the summer, but I've also been to Chicago for a summer wedding. Like, it's insane. It really is.
I mean,
drenching.
In the challenges in the Pacific Northwest, you can't get acclimated at all. You're in the desert, you're in the drive in Arizona for spring training, and I remember going to training camp for the first time in my life. Right, all my training camps up in Pacific Northwest, even in Cheney, it's dry, and I get traded to the Colts. And you know where training camp was? Terre Haute, Indiana. I mean, like the armpit.
Right.
And I'm in full pad. We're in full pads, and I'm in the stretch line. Like, I might die.
Yeah.
Like, I am dripping. My shoes feel like they're galoshes. Like, my socks are soaked. This is before we do anything.
You haven't even started playing football.
Not even. Then we go to Indy and handoffs, and I was almost like Trent Thornton. Like, I started to see stars. I'm like, what happens if I just pass out right now? Because I am on the verge of just. And then, thankfully, the NFL, if you remember, we lost Corey Stringer, I think it was the summer before, instituted when the heat index was X, they had to build these cooling centers. So right after a run install, your boy got to go in this, like, freezer for a little bit to cool off before back on the field. But, I was feeling Trent Thornton. Because
not just Trent Thornton. I mean, the umpire had to be helped off, and then the bat boy, I think, at the end of the game had to be helped off. Ooh. We were reading that Ellie De La Cruz vomited during their game and then came back and hit a home run, but same deal. And they were like, look, he's hydrated. It's not that these guys weren't hydrating. It just was that kind of level of insanity, and then you add in the wind and all of it. So it was a strange weekend in general. But this is a very strange Mariner team. And every time, I was thinking about it on Saturday as I was watching that game. And at that point, they hadn't yet won the series. And you're coming off of, the series loss to, who did they just play? Boston. And I'm like, man, even when this team loses, they do still feel threatening. They do. They feel like a threat. And I was trying to feel like, why aren't they winning more of these games where it feels like they're threatening and trying to come back? Well, they started to come back in the game on Saturday. They weren't quite able to get there. I actually thought they were going to. I thought the Mariners were going to win that game on Saturday.
9-6.
Yep.
Got to 9-6, and they had first and second, and I believe it was Julio, Cal, Randy. No outs. Here we go.
Like, there's a real chance that they come back from an 8-run deficit. And, I was thinking through what that story was going to be like of like, yeah, I mean, the wind was crazy and it was a bizarre day, but still, you come back from an 8-run deficit. I don't care where you are. That's a major, cool accomplishment story type of thing that helps, bond a team, et cetera. They didn't pull it off, but it wasn't, it was close. They almost did. And so they're very, very threatening to the opponent. They're not always turning that into wins or enough of them. But watching them this weekend, it really felt like some of that threat was, they were actually paying it off. that they were paying off some of the threat that they provide.
Yeah, and you're getting guys doing what they're capable of doing, which is, use that word strange. Mitch Garver is capable of being a difference maker.
Sure.
He has been and had been before he became a Mariner. That season before was a difference maker on a World Series winning Rangers team. And you see him, and certainly on Friday with 2 bombs, you see the impact he can have. Solano had never been the player that we watched for the first 6-7 weeks of the season. He had never been that. He had never been a 300 OPS hitter. So it was in him. Just hadn't seen it.
I mean, that was true, but Brock, he was also 37 years old. Like, there was a legitimate case to be made that Solano was just unfortunately toast.
Just cooked. It was just done.
Like, it happens. Sometimes guys are just done.
AJ Pollock.
Instead, he's been the best player on the team, the best hitter. Lyle, what'd you say, second best hitter in baseball in the last 36 days?
Yeah, since May 18th, you got to have minimum 40 plate appearances so he qualifies, but second best ahead of Acuna, Cal, Judge, Ketel Marte. Yeah.
What? He was the worst hitter we've ever seen. And now he's one of the best, right? I mean, like, I don't – Canzone. A year ago, you're watching him like, this guy's just not a major leaguer. This is a 4A player. He may still be. But he's unbelievable since coming back and putting together really good at bats and showing that power. He got helped out by a little wind-aided action on Saturday or yesterday. But whatever. I mean, like, that's the game that you're playing. Yeah, put the ball in the air. That's what the game called for, and that's what he did. Yep. So it is a strange game, man. I don't know how anybody in any way pretends to understand or know or predict what the hell is going to happen in this game, because it just, the moment you think you have a handle on anything, it completely changes. Right now, I feel like this Mariner team is an offensive threat. I don't know if they're an offensive powerhouse, but coming off of what they just feel threatening. They could go to Minnesota and score 4 runs in the series, and we'll turn around and be like, I don't know, I'm sorry, it looked different in Chicago. Or they could score 30 more runs in this series, and you'd be like, yeah, see, look, the offense has all come together. Do you have any freaking clue what they're going to do next?
Nope. I think I said to you on Friday, they're going to win one, they're going to lose one, and then there will be one in between. And they'll probably pitch really well in one of the games, and they'll probably hit really well in one of the games, and then it's up for grabs at the other. And that's why you're, 2 games over 500 kind of team. But if, and this is Logan, I think Logan Gilbert's comments last week to Bob and Dave, like, but if we put this together, if we can hit while we pitch, you can go on a run like they did earlier this year and win 8 or 9 series.
Yeah.
And fortunately have the Astros a bunch more times over the course of this season. And you just gotta stay within obviously range of them. And then in this wild card, have you looked at the wild card standings lately?
I mean, there's like 7 teams within 3 games of each other.
It's just bizarre.
Yeah, it's everybody.
Just bizarro world. Yes. And I bet you if you listen to Sports Talk Radio in Kansas City and then Tampa and then all these other places where, teams are 2, 3, 5 games above 500 right in this wild card mix, probably having very similar conversations. I don't know who we are. I don't know what we are. I don't know what this is going to look like, but I know at least we're right in the mix of it. And you certainly love a lot of the tools when they come together as they did this weekend.
I was saying on Friday that I wanted to see power. I wanted to see patience. I wanted to see some aggressiveness on the base paths. As it turns out, the power was really the key. Obviously, they hit 10 home runs in the series. 9 of them came in their 2 wins. So, the power was a big part of it. When you hit home runs, you got a better chance to win. The walks absolutely played a role in this. They had 7 walks in their 2 wins. I believe they had 1, maybe 2 in the loss. So, when you're walking and hitting home runs, this offense is a lot more effective. Obviously, the wind helped with that. Yep. But you got to do those things. The other thing we kind of talked through, and it's funny because he had 4 hits and 7 at-bats. 3 of them came in the loss. But you start to feel the return of Luke Raley, I think, and what he does to the lineup, to the identity of the team, his ability to run and hit for power and hustle out doubles. And Luke Raley changes things for them a little bit. I'm not saying he's the best player in the team. I'm not saying he's the savior. I've said this a bunch. But I do think that we've undervalued what he's meant to the team during his absence.
Yep. And then I think you have just some cool competitive tension, like in a good way. Like, you know what?
With him and Canzone and
Cole Young and Mastrobone. Like, there's some cool, competitive tension. Like, you gotta do your job. You gotta contribute, or you may not be in tomorrow's lineup. and that's not a bad deal. And honestly, Polanco, and I know he got tripped up running down first yesterday, that might have been the best I've seen him run. Like, he looked full percent. There is no question that he is feeling much better.
That was actually my only real frustration with the weekend at all. Like, all right, you lose on Saturday. What are you going to do? It's a bizarre game, and nobody could play defense, and the wind's whipping, and like Hancock gave up a couple of chintzy home runs. Like, I wasn't that upset. The only thing that bugged me this weekend was the base running. Right. The ball's flying out of the ballpark. Don't get picked off. Don't get into rundowns. They made 4 outs on the bases. My God. Don't do that. That's the only thing you got to do in that environment. Don't hit into double plays and don't take yourself out of innings. Anyway, they hit so much it didn't matter. I loved how much they just found ways, and you know who summed it up perfectly? Your guy, Brock, Donovan Solano.
Yeah, I mean, you see, like, every fly ball almost gone, the wind's blowing out, so, like, I try to, those soft pitches, try to hit it hard, like, run dry, they stay in the air, like, it's going, like, I don't try hitting homer, just try to put a good launch angle in the air, like, and just what happens is homers.
Just a good launch angle, and on this weekend, they'll go for home runs. All right, great weekend for the Mariners. We'll talk more with Angie Mentink, who was there. She called those games. We'll do that coming up at 8:30. Before we get there, though, let's give you a quick look at everything you need to know, including one team starting to build an identity that I think I can get behind. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy.
Talking baseball with Jason Churchill. Your view of this team's priorities at the deadline?
I think I would look at this from a window standpoint, from a winning window standpoint. I have 2, 3, 4, 5 years with this core to win. So I'm not going out on the market right now and spending the assets. You don't want to throw your entire farm system into the trade deadline, right? So you want to minimize that as much as you can.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat Compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
And this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Lonnie. Lonnie, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
We've been with the same insurance company for over 32 years. And my husband said, come on, let's at least try it. And that was the smartest thing we ever did because we saved thousands, literally thousands a year on our insurance. They improved it. It cost me less, and it was a higher value. I can't say enough good things about Scott because everything that he said he'd do, he did.
What do you tell your friends they can expect when they make the call to First Mark?
An easy, profitable, and actually pleasant call. They genuinely are trying to help you, and you can't beat that. We were silly to wait so long. A couple other friends that have called, too, they said, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
You see, Lonnie did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Values have to be within your leadership staff, right? And then that filters down into the rest of your staff.
We're together, we are a team, and without that thought process, you're sunk.
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it.
They call it the Lee Johnson Auto family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. they foster an environment for us to become a family.
As much as I'd love to think that they trust me, yeah, our family name is trusted, but it's because of those individual interactions with our people that those folks have had over the years. That's where they build their trust with the relationship.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Overburdened with a bunch of stuff you don't want anymore, but feel bad throwing it away? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We prioritize donating and recycling. We'll help get your items to those in need instead of going to the landfill. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. It's time to reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising on a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
We've been playing Cal Raleigh home runs all throughout the morning, and for good reason. Brock, he's 31 home runs. It's just remarkable what he's done here and hit 4 of them in 3 games in Chicago. But you know what? Let's throw some love at the guy we all expected to be the best hitter in baseball over the last month.
Here comes the 1-2. Swung on, crossed, left field. This one's on its way. This is going to go. It is gone. Top of the stands, left field. Donovan Solano has left the yard for the 2nd time today. Solano crushing the Cubs. 8 hits in the series, 2 home runs today, and the Mariners extend the lead. 9-4 Mariners.
On Friday, when the Mariners made the move with Rowdy Tellez, a lot of people wanted Donovan Solano to leave the yard, quite literally. Like, please leave the yard. Instead, he had, 7 hits this weekend? 9 hits this weekend? He was unbelievable, including a pair of home runs, drove in a bunch of runs. Baseball's such a weird sport, man. It really is just so hard to predict.
Yeah, I think nearly impossible. And each of these 3 games are kind of unique in their own different way. And in a wild stadium over the weekend, to get 2 home runs from Mitch Garver on Friday, and Cal does his thing Saturday, as you said, even down 9-1. I didn't go mow the lawn, and especially when they put up a crooked number and got that thing to 9-6. They were a threat all the way through. And then what I loved about yesterday is that word that we use the first 7 weeks of the season, just that. Just relentless and resilient. You're right. You're up 5-1, and then they get a home run, and then all of a sudden it's 5-4, then it's 7-4, and then they 9-4, and then 9-6. Then we come back and put another crooked number up there. They just did not give Chicago any room to breathe, and went in and won a series against a really good baseball team.
A very good baseball. I think that Chicago
Cubs lineup,
team, yeah.
Oof.
I think they're a World Series contender. Doesn't mean they're going to win it, but I mean, I'd put them with the other
their
really
starting pitching is
No, they
all
probably
of
need some
that.
help in the starting pitching department. The Mariners didn't get to see their best necessarily also, but I don't know. I'm pretty impressed by that team, and to go in there and take 2 out of 3 was awesome. Unfortunately, the Astros also won 2 out of 3 in Anaheim, so no change in the standings in the AL West. Mariners remain 5 back. They go to Minnesota for 4 games now with Brian Wu on the hill tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I have the final call, but I know it's sort of painful for people, so trigger warning.
And that's it. The first title of the OKC era is complete. One of the youngest rosters in recent memory has just completed one of the finest seasons in NBA history. The Oklahoma City Thunder have their first championship, and they're the 2025 NBA champions.
It would have been kind of fascinating to see that game. Halliburton came out on fire, drained 3 threes from 40 feet, and it at least would have been fascinating to see if the pressure could have turned and really mounted in that second half. Instead, you felt just the depth, the strength, the talent. OKC was a deeper, more talented, bigger team, and just kind of, willed their way there in the second half without a ton of resistance.
Right.
But once Halliburton went out, you knew Indiana was going to fight. You knew that they were going to play, and they did through halftime. And then it was just, unfortunately, too much for them. And an OKC team that is built very, very well, built as big-time favorites going into next season again. And the MVP, while it's hard to watch that franchise do it, that is an MVP that's a class act. Class act.
The other day you were mad about him. You didn't like him the other day.
I don't like his foul hunting I don't like his flopping.
Okay.
But as far as you feel it with his teammates, man, he took care of all of his guys when he won the MVP, showering them with all sorts of praise and gifts. And he doesn't make it about him. It makes it about everybody else. And that probably, too, makes it that much more difficult to see them win.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'm pretty pumped about what the Kraken did, not just this weekend, but over the last week. I think they're making moves in the right direction. I'm hoping this is a sign of what Jason Botterill, their new GM, wants them to be, of what Lane Lambert, their new coach, wants them to be. They needed grit. They needed toughness. They needed physicality. They needed to be harder to play against. And so they did took 2 steps to get there. First, acquiring Mason Marchment. Mush, by the way, Brock, that's his nickname. Mush. Yeah, and he comes in and
I can't live with that.
Oh, it's good. Mush?
No.
Oh, that's a good hockey nickname.
Oh, we had a guy on our crew nicknamed Mush.
Oh, really?
And
Well,
he
I'm into it. I like Mush as a nickname.
lush.
But it's a good thing. You need guys like that. And Yanni Gord and Brandon Tanev both traded away at the end of last year. Both brought some of that grit, but neither really has any size. This guy brings it, but it's 6'5", 212, 220. Like, that's kind of what you need, physical net front presence. And, oh, by the way, scored 22 goals each of the last 2 years. And then I think they got even tougher by trading away Andre Burakovsky, even if they got nothing back for him. He's the opposite of tough. He's the opposite of grit. He's the opposite of sandpaper. He is weak and soft and turnover prone and injury. Like, this is wonderful. So I really appreciate what they've done here just to start this offseason. We'll see where it goes. I don't know if they can acquire one of the big names that are out there. Probably not. I don't know whether you can entice people to come here in free agency yet, but I really like the direction.
But those
taken
2 moves
with
may
those first
help,
moves.
right? Those
They might.
veteran free agents out there can look at that and go, ooh, I kind of like that.
It could. I
Let's see
don't
what's
know
going
whether, look, I don't know if that's enough to get Mitch Marner or Sam Bennett to consider coming all the way here, but all right. It certainly doesn't hurt. You're right. That's everything you need to know.
You know what hurt as well yesterday?
What hurt?
Did you see the Coastal Carolina manager
Yeah.
thrown out in the first inning? Like, we can't do that, people. And I guess that umpire that threw him out got thrown out of MLB baseball because of his little rabbit ears. Yeah, like, don't do that. Don't make it about you. Lyle, this is one of your great takes, right? Oh, actually, it was your take. It was not a great trash take. Wasn't that one of your, like, come on, umpires. Don't make yourself. And in that moment of a national championship game, you've got to get depantsed to throw the skipper out. To have that guy come out and say, you've missed 3 calls. That's what he said. You've missed 3 calls. Like, give him a chance. Warn him. Let him come in your face and say, hey, don't do this again. I know this is a national title game. I know your temper's hot. I know you're raging, but don't show me up again. But to throw him out in the first inning, absolutely unacceptable.
Yeah, again, don't be part of the show. Lucky it was an assistant coach, or like I keep saying, if it had been a star player you'd gotten thrown out, I think all fans should get a refund for that.
What are you
umpires
laughing
want to
about
make
in there? What are you laughing at? You and Moore are giggling in the other room. What's going on in there?
Oh, he tweeted something.
Oh.
No, that's not what it is.
What else is it?
What?
No, nothing. Brock just doesn't hear himself sometimes.
Oh.
That's all.
What?
Nothing.
I don't hear myself?
No, you don't.
We're not going to revisit it. Move along.
Oh, is this about the golf shaft?
No.
Or did I say something else?
There's
again?
another one. Okay.
Oh, really?
You know what, Brock?
Back hours?
Well, you know who? No, I'm not gonna say either. Let's
get to Angie, would we?
Let's talk to Angie Mentink. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Breaker, this is the Big Rig Mariner. Mercy sakes, we got the big dumper unloading all over big league pitching. Over.
To the one, he tracked to the wall, and it's gone, and he does it. Number 30 the other way here at Wrigley Field, Cal Raleigh.
He's baseball's breakout player in 2025, making his case for American League MVP. And this is where you follow along the Big Dumpers Big Run. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They are here 24/7, 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Maura Dooley here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. This is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 8-333-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What a weekend. Bizarre weekend for the Mariners. Angie Mentink had a front row seat as she was calling all 3 games for Root Sports, and she joins us now. Good morning, Angie. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I love this. I will come on your guys' show anytime at 8:30 in the morning when I'm 2 hours ahead.
See, we aim to help, right? Like we're trying to service with a smile here. Plus, I assume you're still sweating from the time in Chicago. It looked awful there.
I know. I was talking to some of the beat writers, and it was just like they were like, I haven't even tweeted anything. I just can't concentrate. I mean, and then Wrigley is amazing, but she's old. She's got some years on her. So like the booth, I mean, like literally I was on Aaron's lap. I mean, it's just so tiny, and, we're both on our iPads to keep score, and, we've got our MLB research tools. I mean, it was just, it's so cramped. It's like crazy. And then you're looking over at the booth next door, and it's like 3 times the size as ours for the home for the home team, and they're just spread out making espressos, and it's just like nice.
I heard you say women don't sweat. I appreciated that. I thought that was good over the weekend.
Just perspire.
We glow.
Yeah.
We glow.
We just
right.
glow.
We glow.
Until you get in the car.
Is that what you were doing this weekend? Just glowing?
I was sweating. Oh my gosh. What was funny is at the beginning of the broadcast, very first thing, because I said that the thing is tiny, right? So we're like rearranging chairs, and like the cameramen are going around because we have the camera that shoots us with the field behind us. So like I had taken off my water bottles and stuff like off of the countertop so they're not in the shot, and I put it on the thing, and then I turn around and literally I just like flop myself into the chair. Water bottle underneath my seat. I mean, underneath my backside. Like explode this water bottle all over my monitors, all over. Like I snorted. My microphone was on. I was just like, oh my gosh. And like Aaron's looking at me like, what are you doing? I'm like, I just literally set off a water bomb inside this thing. So dried everything off, and we were all good. But
good.
It's cramped. It was cramped. And then I was like sitting in water for the first like 3 innings, but it dried up right away because it was so hot.
Quick little
Kinda
story,
nice,
and then quick little thing I noticed. I don't think Allison would mind. It was Pitt, West Virginia, first game of the year, 90 humidity. We're up in the booth, AC. Bob and I are great, but we had to get running right afterwards because Bob had to make his flight. And all of a sudden, here comes Allison, absolute terror. Like jumps in the Suburban on the way to the airport. I think she ripped out her hair extensions. She was so freaking hot. She was like, "I'm just done," And I think even at that point, all 4 of us men in the car were like, "No, don't say a word, don't say a word, don't even look." It was so overwhelmingly hot. And then that's one story. The other thing that jumped out, Angie, is
there's a reason why my hair extensions are in a ponytail, by the way. For that series, okay? We're not putting those against the neck. Nope.
Yep. Don't do that. The thing that I also loved was there was a moment there, and I don't even know if you caught this. I don't know if people texted you after the fact, but when Trent Thornton got wobbly, I actually rewound it to listen to your comment again. Your mom heart. Right, that's what I call it. Just your mom heart was like, "Oh no!" Right? I mean, mom kicked in right there, and like you felt for that guy on the field in that moment. Did you not?
I did. I did, and I checked in with him the next day, and I had a long conversation. We don't need to go over all the details and the particulars, but I was extremely worried about him. I was at the College World Series, and I had that happen. And I was vomiting and, heat stroke. And I was also in San Antonio. I didn't get heat stroke there at the, what the heck is it called? Anyway, and like athletes were going down left and right. Alex Rodriguez was there, for baseball. He wasn't one of the ones that was going down, but it's just, people just don't realize once you get to that point how quickly it can go downhill and how you have to, take care of it right away. But yeah, you did hear my mom voice, my mom concern come out right away for Trent Thornton.
Well, let's go from
such a nice guy.
From the heat and the momming to the baseball. 30 runs in 3 games. Obviously the wind and the heat were part of that, but that doesn't account for all of it. What did you see? What was the difference offensively this weekend?
It was the traffic in front of the home runs. I know we could talk about Donovan Solano and his home runs. That was kind of fun to see. But like if you look, in the earlier games, I call them like unselfish at bats. So often hitters want to get in there and, with runners on or a runner on third, and they're looking for something middle in, something they can yank, something they can really destroy. And he just has the temperament to be like, I understand what this guy is trying to do to me, and I am just going to put the ball in play, go the opposite way. The whole right side of the field is open for me. I'm going to drive the ball that way. I'm going to score this run. I'm going to pass the baton on to the guy behind me because I trust him that he's going to continue this. So I feel like there was a lot of that in this kind of series. In addition to, all of the crazy, home runs that we saw in the finale, 2 from Don Canzone and 2 from Donovan Solano. What is going on with Donovan Solano? And I've asked him, I'm like, what'd you change? What'd you do? Come on, there's got to be something. He's like, nope.
There has to be something.
Changed.
There has to be. There has to be. He was, Angie, for the first month of the season, legitimately one of the worst hitters we've ever seen. Just by the numbers. His numbers were horrendous.
His OPS was sub 300.
That's an incomprehensible number. And in the last 36 days, he's been the second best hitter in baseball.
Yeah, if you go back to last year, he'll tell you the same thing. Like, he's a slow starter. I'm like, I guess. And you look at his numbers, and like he basically, started off really slow and then went on a tear, was hitting over 400, made them bring him up with the big league team, and then he was pretty consistent from there. I probably will talk about this later today too. Seitzer says he loves stubborn guys. Guys that they trust their way, they know their way, because he knows that they're not going to waver. And I don't want to pick on him, but if we think about like Jared Kelnick, You know, he worked with Tim Laker that off season, down in California, and he was great. Like he started off the season, he was fantastic. He was ripping, everything was fantastic. Staying inside the ball, pulling the soft stuff, perfect, just where you want to be. And then all of a sudden, he gets a little bit of failure, and he changes everything. And so that's what Seitzer's talking about. He loves stubborn guys. And, I think Donovan Solano, he's a veteran and likely very stubborn. He had an approach. He knows how to hit. The outcomes weren't there. I mean, they really weren't there. But he continued with his process, stayed with it, and here we are now.
I know MLB clubhouses are very different than NFL locker rooms. Angie Mentink here with us. In the course of a marathon season is very different than the 17 battles in the NFL, Angie. But I am curious. In the NFL, when a guy got cut, right, when a veteran got cut, it was a little bit of a wake-up. Everybody sat a little taller in the team meeting room. Right, you did notice who was coming in on Tuesdays on the off day to work out. Wow, they brought in 3 tackles. They brought in a kicker, right? They brought in somebody to work out. Like if that was your position, you kind of sat in your chair a little higher. Your focus and your pencil was a little sharper for the notes and everything else. The move of Rowdy Tellez and a veteran that gets moved on and let go. Any correlation or just causation, anything you would point to with that move and then the response, so much so, of Solano and Garver and some of the veteran pieces this weekend?
It's an interesting question because, you do go through some things and, there was some frustration perhaps written on a whiteboard inside the clubhouse, the day that he was let go. And we were kind of wondering, like, where'd that come from? Is that from the team, before that was in town, or is that new? Is this Rowdy, related? He was a really popular player. Everybody liked Rowdy, but I think that there is something to that where, you're kind of saying, I don't think that's, what's going on with Donovan Solano, if you will. But I do think that, it is one of those things that it makes people realize, like, hey, your spot here isn't guaranteed. I do think that football, it has that luxury a little bit more, like the more effort you put into things, a lot of times the more outcome you get, where that can be really counterproductive in baseball. The more you try to chase hits, the more you try to make things happen, the less they will happen, because it's just such a reactionary, and I'm more talking on the hitting side of things than I am on the pitching side of things.
How good is Cal Raleigh?
Oh, like, just, I don't even, I'm kind of mad at him. I'm like, dude, I don't have the vocabulary. I don't have the lexicon to keep up with you and what you are doing. It's just bonkers. I mean, it is absolutely bonkers. And the home run in the 9th inning of just that, the
crazy Saturday game.
He's dragging. I mean, he's just dragging. You're seeing his hands behind home plate. They're not moving as fast. He is just got to be absolutely gassed. And he gets up there, and I made them replay it. I'm like, I think I saw his bat splinter. They go, I think they said from the truck, I think it was sweat. And I'm like, let's take another look. His bat splintered. I mean, he splintered, broke his bat, opposite field, home run. I mean, this guy is just really special. And I was saying it to Aaron yesterday on the broadcast. It's like, you just drop the fact that he's a catcher, because now you're just putting him into, the greatest names that are playing this game or have ever played this game with what he's doing offensively. The fact that he is a catcher, it's almost like, you ought to put the asterisk, and he gets like more, just because of what he's doing in the position he plays. It's just incredible.
Okay, tough question. We've been
Send me words. Send me words, adjectives. I need them, everybody.
It's fun. Angie, I wrote the same thing in our email to each other last night, to Brock and Maura and Lyle. Like, I'm running out of words to talk about this guy. So let me ask you, take this from the other side. And I know that, you were a hitter, not a pitcher, but how would you pitch to Cal? If you were the Twins right now and he's coming in for a 4-game series, I know there's no real good answer to this question, but what would you do from the other side to prepare for a full series of Cal Raleigh?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I wouldn't throw him a first pitch strike because he's got 12 home runs now on first pitches, on 0-0 counts. The team leads baseball with 32. So he's in hitting mode when he steps in, particularly if you give him a heater. So maybe, and there's been times, where he has dipped, and you've seen, I think it was like 7 games, that homerless drought, that he didn't homer. Teams were really going soft with him, a lot of breaking ball stuff. And a lot of times it's really hard to keep in the zone. And sometimes he was chasing. When Cal is at his best, he's taking those walks. If they're going to go around you, you just have to take those walks, and that's really hard for him to be patient. But yeah, he's on time right now for the heaters, and he's ready to go from moment one. So I don't really know that I want to try to explain how to pitch against Cal Raleigh, though. I hope they keep doing everything that they are, and everybody's trying. I mean, everybody is trying right now to get out Cal, and they're just not having a lot of luck. Because at some point, you gotta come in the zone to him when he is spitting on that stuff outside the zone. 2 walks yesterday. That's important for him to continue to do.
Salk and I danced around this topic a little bit last week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago. We'll probably get into it more with Paston tomorrow. But you're just so close in proximity to this team and to these players and watching everything behind the scenes as well. If I were to ask you who has a higher ceiling in their career, who just has a higher ceiling, Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez?
Oh, you're naughty. You are so naughty.
I know. It's a hard question.
Well, I just say Cal for 2 things, and I'm not saying that Julio's not going to get there. Cal has, in addition to everything that we talked about, this incredible ability and the length in his swing to be able to hit the fastball, adjust to the breaking ball. He has this, incredible ability to, handle this pitching staff. He's so good behind the plate on the edge pitches. He plays this grueling position. But here's the thing that, to me, is just so incredibly impressive about Cal. His heartbeat, his ability in the clutch situations to slow the game down. Nothing ever gets too big. He doesn't get too tense. And he is just so good at that. I don't know if it's because he grew up in the game. His dad was a coach. He's put it in perspective. And I think that's really important, putting the game, in proper perspective. Julio wants to come through so badly in those situations right now, and I think, he tries a little hard. He gets a little tense. I'm not saying that he's not going to get there in his career, but I feel like not even all those other things that I talked about separating them. It's the ability to slow down the game and not make things happen. And his ability to react. That's so impressive with Cal.
I wonder, Shannon, we were talking to Shannon on Friday, and she was saying that Julio was in the cage. She saw him in the cage for a long, extended session with both Kevin Seitzer and Edgar, and going through swing stuff. And, we've had lots of conversations on this show about Julio and trying to figure it out. And I just think he swings at too many pitches total. Like, it just his not even in the zone, out of the zone, just too many pitches. But I wonder if, for all of the coaching, all of the swing stuff, I wonder if, and it's been so helpful for Brian Wu, if maybe there's just some mental skills training that would be really beneficial for Julio. And I'm not trying to overreact to your comments, what you just said about wanting to succeed so badly versus slowing the game down in those big moments, but God, this guy's so unbelievably talented. He's now 24 years old. We're waiting for this to really kick in, and it hasn't yet. And so I wonder how much of that would be beneficial to him.
Julio needs to get back to being Julio. And I'm going to compare something. You guys saw it. You guys were here, so I'm not like breaking news or anything. Remember Jared Kelenic and Julio, both of them, together, right? And Jared Kelenic, at that time, he was supposed to be the guy. You remember that? He's supposed to be the guy. Julio getting bad strikes called on him. He's laughing. He's having a good time. Just whatever happened to him, bad, good, used that energy and soaked it up and just turned it around like Kung Fu Panda. Like just turned it around and threw it right back at whoever, brought him anything bad. Because Jared Kelenic was supposed to be the guy. He was fighting air. Like, he was just so mad at everything because he was supposed to be the guy. And it's kind of like, I feel like right now it's like, Julio's supposed to be the guy, but Cal's the guy. You know what I mean? It's kind of that same sort of a little bit of that same dynamic with the two. Julio needs to get back to enjoying and loving and having fun with the game, because the guy that I see right now who's supposed to be the guy in his all business is not the same guy that I saw make his major league debut and play this game, freely, with joy. And that's hard, because, with contracts and expectations and everything, it changes things and people. But I definitely think that Julio needs to get back to being Julio. I mean, he has that base. He's got a good family. He's got good people around him. So, and he's also, as you guys know, have dealt with a lot of things off the field now that would crumple people. The things that happened, at his house and everything on Mercer Island's been, well documented in the news. But that's a lot. That's a lot for somebody his age. It's a lot for anybody. Can you imagine that at your age?
Yeah, no good. No bueno. Hey, last thing for me here, Ange, and maybe this is tough because you and Aaron were getting IVs on the plane, and yet, you're really rehydrating, didn't have a chance to dig into the notes. It's still early on this Monday morning, but have you taken a peek at Minnesota in this 4-game set, and what do you think will be kind of some of the biggest keys to at a minimum split and hopefully find a way to win this series against these Twins who are struggling right now to put things together?
Yeah, they just got abused by the Brewers, and they've I will say this, yesterday's game, I actually watched it last night when we got in, and they came back in that game. They made it a game. They weren't giving up their at bats at the end. They're doing a lot of good things. But it all kind of, begins and ends with pitching, and their pitching has struggled. They've also had some wind and some weather and things like that too. I'm not exactly sure we're hearing that there might be rain, but it'll be interesting, to see, if their pitching can rebound. But yeah, they've had 8 one-run losses. So straight, 8 one-run losses. They've lost their last 8 one-run games. So I think that, if the Mariners keep hitting the way, they are hitting, this could be a really good series for them. But you always have to be careful with that caged animal, that cornered animal.
Yep.
Did you know Brock is his daughter's getting married this weekend?
Oh my gosh!
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that, Angie? How do you feel?
Tough guys, I feel old.
Yeah, I think we all do.
I mean,
Haley's getting married on Saturday.
Oh, I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited, and I hope you do sob. I hope you enjoy this day, and I'm sure it's not going to be fun for you to write that check, but I hope that you enjoy what you've done, the decisions that you've made.
Many checks. Many checks.
Did you say a singular check?
Yeah.
I had no idea about weddings. I had no idea about all these things that they do now that we didn't do 20, 30 years ago. Yeah. These gift bags here and this thing
we
there.
Can do the barbecue in the backyard, baby.
Yeah, that's right.
No, Dad.
There's an open bar, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all that matters. Just making sure. Just
I'm excited for you. That's awesome. So sweet. So sweet.
Pretty cool.
Keep it rolling, Angie. Thank you for
great
all
stuff.
the time.
Great weekend. Hopefully the conditions are a little more comfortable for you guys the rest of the road trip. But we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us for a little bit. We'll talk soon.
You got it. Take care, guys.
All right, there you go. The great Angie Mentink. I love Angie. I think she's, first of all, a riot. Knows the game, loves the game, been around the game her whole life, played it at a high level, and I enjoy Angie. I'm a big fan of hers.
I do too. And I know if I were in tomorrow, Salk, I would take that sound of Julio and that whole Kelnick Julio because I tweeted about that over the weekend as well, in just the human nature element of it. I've seen it. I've been around different stars, and another young star comes in and takes more of it. And it's not like Cal is, forcing his way. It's not like Cal's personality and ego is such that he's going to, it's just the reality.
Yeah.
But this guy is doing things and playing at a level that is expected of me, and I can't quite get there.
No, there's a much bigger conversation here, and I think I will get into it tomorrow without you. But, this goes back a ways for Mariner fans, right? I mean, this starts with Dustin Ackley and Kyle Seager, right? The chosen one in Ackley and his longtime teammate and more, Robin to his Batman in Kyle Seager. And then Seager comes up and without the pressure on him, tears it up. And Dustin Ackley fades off into, as Mike Tyson called it, Bolivian. And then you got Julio and Kelnick and these two young kids coming up together, and Kelnick's supposed to be first, and he's got the 10-cent head, and Julio plays with the joy, and it works. And then Julio's the chosen one, and now you're seeing it play out again. Like, I've really resisted talking about that and thinking about it because it's one of those things I don't want to give. Like, you don't want to put it out in the atmosphere, right? Because then maybe it becomes true. But it's a pretty compelling case, and I thought Angie certainly made it there. All right, we'll come back.
She said, though, one quick thing there is I feel like his fun-loving free spirit is there defensively. And thankfully, right, it's not affected his defense. He's played at as we've talked about.
But there's got to. I mean, you need Julio to hit. I mean, he's done some things well. It's not a disaster, but you got to have Julio hitting. I mean, that's what takes this thing from where you are to where you could be. That's how you get back into the driver's seat in the AL West. That's how you become a playoff and World Series contender.
World Series contender.
I mean, if you take everything that's gone on with this team and add in a red-hot Julio reaching his potential for the rest of the year, you're a World Series contender. I mean, it's that simple. All right, coming up, Brock, we're going to shift gears for a few minutes. I'm excited for this. I'm pumped about where it's going. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Breaker, this is the Big Rig Mariner. Mercy sakes, we got the big dumper unloading all over big league pitching. Over.
To the one track to the wall, and it's gone, and he does it. Number 30 the other way here at Wrigley Field, Cal Raleigh.
He's baseball's breakout player in 2025, making his case for American League MVP. And this is where you follow along the Big Dumpers Big Run. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
You're listening to Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. This hour is brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy with a special message for Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. Your neighborhood Fred Meyer Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update. See your Fred Meyer Pharmacy for details.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Obviously been a big baseball day with the nice winning series for the Mariners in Wrigley and kind of what they did and getting back on track. But Brock, layered throughout this is the start of what I'm hoping is a really good offseason here for the Kraken. And enough so, I'm so happy with the 2 moves they've made that I wanted to bring Greg Wyshinski on the show. And he joins us now on video even. So if you're watching on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app or wherever, you can see his smiling face. Good morning, Greg. How are you?
Listen, man, I spent a good 20 minutes constructing this podcast studio. I'm not going to let it go to waste. So
20 minutes.
Here
Wow.
I am.
Very impressive.
It's good to see you.
Thank you for doing this. I don't know where it's going to go, but I really like what the Kraken have done. They brought in toughness and they sent away softness, toilet paper soft. Softest player, I feel like one of the softest players I've ever watched in Burakovsky. I like this has to be by design, right?
Oh, I think without question. I think this is going to be Jason Botterill's modus operandi is to make this team tougher to play against, give it a little bit of identity. I don't think you bring in Lane Lambert to have him coach a team of Andre Burakovsky's. So I think it is sort of a piece of the direction the team wants to go more in. The Burakovsky thing is incredible. It's an incredible piece of business for Botterill to offload a player like that who clearly wasn't a good fit and clearly couldn't stay healthy and, wasn't really useful for the franchise to get anyone to take him off their hands without having to sweeten the pot is really impressive. And found a taker in Chicago, which is obviously desperate for anybody who can help out Connor Bedard there offensively. So, like you said, good start. We'll see where it goes, but a promising one for the Kraken.
Greg, who are the Kraken to you as you evaluate them from your optics?
Been trying to answer that question for years. Again, it's hard to really answer when there's been so much turnover over the last couple of seasons. The one and done of Bylsma and now the change at the top with Botterill taking over and Ronnie Francis moving upstairs. And so, I guess the short answer would be the Kraken are going to be whatever Lane Lambert decides to try to make the Kraken into. Now, Lane's an interesting one because I covered him in his first stint on Long Island with the Islanders. Not exactly the greatest public ambassador for a franchise, let's say. Not exactly a 10 on the charisma scale, but the man has been around for a bit. Learned the craft under the tutelage of Barry Trotz. Won the cup with the Washington Capitals. I think the Islanders was a tough fit for him in the sense that when you're the Islanders coach and Lou Lamoriello was your general manager, you're essentially it's Lou's team, and you're going to do whatever Lou wants. So I'm intrigued to see him maybe being able to put his stamp on a team more than he was able to with the Islanders, and I'm intrigued what that looks like. He is I think a defensive structure guy, and he likes a tough team, and we'll see where it goes. But he's one of those guys that I was always curious about. Like second time around, maybe he's the kind of coach that levels up. We've seen that happen time and time again in the NHL.
Or when you say low on the charisma scale, are we talking lower than Dave Haxtell? Because I don't know if that's a real thing.
I got to remember where the bar is set.
That's a real low bar.
It's a low bar. No, look, he was somebody who could explain to a certain extent the concepts of what you just saw on the ice in his post-game comments. But I just got done covering the Stanley Cup Final. I was covering Paul Maurice in the Stanley Cup Final. This guy's like maybe 1% of a Paul Maurice. Like he's not someone who's going to hit you with the quips and the anecdotes and fill your notebook with a bunch of stuff where you walk away from a press conference and you're like, my job is done here. But he's a good coach, and I think at this point Kraken fans would probably value that more than anything.
Greg, you mentioned Paul Maurice, and I probably watched that little clip of him screaming in the Boston series last year to hit their D, and it'll make them quit by the end of. It's fun. It's A+ just content, and he's remarkable. But maybe more relevantly, watching Florida win the Cup with depth and physicality over an Edmonton team that's really good and star-laden, and to be fair, was missing one of their three big stars in Zach Hyman. I think they that kind of got overlooked a little bit, but okay. Mm-hmm. Is that an endorsement for what it takes to win a cup in the modern age?
Totally, but I think that the trick that Florida pulled, and I don't know if it's necessarily repeatable by another team, is that their hardest hitting, toughest to play against playoff performers are their core. Like other teams at the trade deadline will always start, fishing around for rings in the room or guys that can play physical and especially on the back end. And when you look at Barkov and you look at Bennett and then they add Marchand, Ekblad's the same way, Forsling's the same way. Like all these guys just kind of play the way you need to play in order to win in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And so finding that as the backbone of your team, as the DNA of your team, it's a really tough thing. It's not impossible if you draft correctly and develop correctly, but that's kind of the secret sauce of Florida, is that it's not as if they need to import a bunch of guys like Marchand. When they import guys like Marchand, he's joining a core that already plays that way. But to your point, like I think that is the way you play in the playoffs. Like I was talking to somebody about Maurice, who comes in, takes over a President's Trophy winning team, finds that they're not playing the way you need to play in the playoffs, and all of a sudden their penalty minutes start increasing over year because now they're hitting people and they're hitting them high and they're hitting them hard, and that's kind of the lesson learned there with Maurice and the Panthers.
Hey, Greg, last question for me. What would be the next step you want to see Jason or Lane do to add to this team? What would be the next move via trade, via the draft, via just something creative outside the box? What would be the next step or two for the Kraken?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I think of a kid like Trevor Zegras, who's now available with the Anaheim Ducks, and are the Kraken in a place where they need to start kind of taking a chance on these guys that are in their early to mid-20s that maybe haven't actualized in places, and then you hope that you hit on a couple of those guys? I mean, that's the other lesson from the Florida Panthers. You take a kid like Sam Bennett, I call him a kid, he's like 30. You take a guy like Sam Bennett and you say to yourself, well, how'd they end up with this guy? Well, it's because he was drafted extremely high by the Calgary Flames and then never really hit his marks commiserate to that draft position. So they pounce on it. They're like, we love this guy. They bring him in, and all of a sudden, yeah, he's not a dominant regular season player, but the man just won the Conn Smythe as playoff MVP. So if I'm the Kraken, I kind of start looking around the league at maybe some of the younger players that maybe haven't hit their marks yet. Maybe their teams are looking to make a change rather than give these guys long-term contracts, and see if you can find maybe one or two of those guys. But the Mason Marchment thing, Lane Lambert is the coach. The continuing pushing towards maybe being a team that's a lot tougher to play against, I think is a good philosophy to bring into the offseason.
Is it unreasonable for any Kraken fan to hope that they could be on a list of contenders to get Mitch Marner or Sam Bennett or any of the most high-profile names? Is that outside of what's possible right now?
Everything's possible if you got the money to spend. And let's face it, boys, I mean, all we're talking about in the NHL now is the places where there's no income tax. And so in theory, that's going to be an asset to the Kraken at some point when they're trying to track down one of these free agents. I think the real question is, though, and it's the question I'd be curious to know what Jason Botterill thinks, and frankly, what the ownership above him thinks, is are the Kraken at a point where they do need to go all in and try to land one of these big fish, a Marner or somebody like that? Or is it better to kind of take a different stance to try to build a little bit before you go all in on a player? And then the question is, when you come back to a guy like Marner, and I think about this a few years ago with the New York Rangers and Artemi Panarin, the Rangers were rebuilding when they signed Panarin, but they were like, there's a very good chance that when we're ready to go, we need a guy like this, and he won't be available. So that's the other part of the math too, is if the Kraken do circle back to being a real contender in a year or two, like, do they want to make sure that a Marner type is there when they're ready? And that's part of the thinking too. But again, there's so few teams that have the cap space, the wherewithal, the money, the backing, and also the attractiveness of the market to land these guys, that who knows, maybe this could be the summer to do it.
Last thing, you mentioned a guy like Trevor Zegras, an interesting name, obviously highly, highly touted. Are there other players like that you think are available that sort of fit that same mold that we should be talking about?
See, available is always the tough thing. I mean, it's going to be any player that's entering restricted free agency where teams are debating whether or not to go long with the player or just kind of bridge the player. I mean, Marco Rossi is a good example of Minnesota. That's a player right now where they don't necessarily want to commit a ton of years to this guy because they don't have faith in him being a number one center. He's disgruntled because they had him play on the fourth line towards the end of the season. And so that's the kind of guy you're looking at, a player where maybe the team he's with isn't in love with him, and maybe he needs a change of scenery, and maybe you're willing to go and give that player the contract he's looking for. That's kind of, a trick that a lot of teams are looking to pull these days. And there's players that are going to be available out there. Even with the cap climbing, there's always teams that maybe don't love their guy as much as you love their guy.
Kind of what they did with Capo Caco last year. I mean, like, he sort of fits that example as well, kind of bringing in some guys like that fit that. All right, hey, I could sit here and talk to you about this all day. I'm excited. I like the direction. I'm excited to see some physicality finally, and I'm excited not to watch Andrei Burakovsky anymore. So, thank you. I appreciate it, Greg. Great stuff as always. We'll talk soon.
Anytime.
All right, there you go. Greg Wyshinski, ESPN, just does an awesome job talking a little bit of puck, Brock. You gotta talk a little bit now and again. It's a good start. You gotta hit. You gotta hit people. If you don't hit, you know what they call it? Soccer. You don't need you gotta go out and hit. Otherwise, you're just playing soccer on the ice. We'll come back with everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The one, the only Tim Kirkchin is with us. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm just as confused as you are about the Mariners, if they're going to get really good or not.
Is it hard to understand where their needs truly are as we approach that trade deadline?
This team is due for a great stretch of great starting pitching. If they can score a few runs, maybe they can really make a playoff berth in the American League.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7, 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? Let's go goulash! Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-474-1867. 800-474-1867. Again, that's 800-474-1867.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Can't fix everything for everybody, but you can be there and listen and try to help with what you can. You're there to support them, and that's the best that you can do.
Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of the 380 people who consider Lee Johnson their home.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us. My wife and 3 kids in the house, there's always something wrong with somebody at all times. And if there isn't, then something's wrong. When you have 388 employees, there's never a day that everything is good everywhere. You have to be okay with that. You have to look at that as opportunities to gain a better relationship with people and help them through what they're going through.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, really good weekend in Chicago for the Mariners, Brock. They came away with a series win against a really good Chicago team and did it in just bizarre, adverse, windy, wild, hot conditions. Lots of offense. Mariners score 30 runs on the weekend, and a lot of them off the bat of this guy.
Here's the pitch to him. Swung on, crushed, left field. This is on its way. It is gone out of the ballpark. Cal Raleigh has done it. He stands alone, the most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history. Number 29 is out of the yard, and the Mariners have taken the lead. It is 6-4. Cal Raleigh, the season of Cal continues. He is simply unbelievable.
That was Friday. He hit 2 more home runs after that, Brock, because he just will not be contained.
Yeah, and the All-Star game is still a couple weeks away. I mean, this is 31 in 75 games played.
76, yeah.
I think he's only played
He's at
75.
the team has played 76.
Yes,
yeah.
He himself has played just one less, which, again, will be something we'll just have to monitor and have to watch. And I love days like yesterday where he's a DH. And, you know, he's off his feet.
Remember when he couldn't hit as a DH
damage.
a few weeks ago? We were like, I can only hit as a catcher. Yeah, no problem.
You remember when he couldn't really hit right-handed? Remember when he was easy to pitch to? Remember when?
He's on 66 home run pace. It really is just remarkable. And I know 62 doesn't mean what it used to, but it's got meaning to me. And the idea of Cal knocking that number off, I think is incredible. So unbelievable feel of him right now. You can't quite believe every time the ball leaves the yard, and yet you almost chuckle at like, oh, they made him one pitch and he just destroyed it. Unbelievably good right now. His manager, as you might imagine, is, pretty impressed.
It's unbelievable. He just continues to find barrels and gets himself into good counts. Added a couple hits there also. I think, getting a base, stealing a base again. I mean, he's just doing it all and caught a really nice game behind the plate. I thought they did a great job with the game plan. It's a tough hitting lineup. They executed on both sides of the ball, and Cal it's amazing what he's been doing.
So, do you know how many Mariners have had 50? You talk about on pace for 66.
None.
Do you know how many Mariners have had 50 home run
None.
seasons? Just Griffey.
Yeah. How many did Griffey have?
57.
Okay.
Twice. That's it. He was the only Mariner to ever hit 50-plus home runs.
I mean, not many people hit 50, other than a couple of weird years when John Jaha and everybody else was doing it because the ball, everyone was so juiced out of their mind. Other than that, nobody hit 50. It's really hard to do.
Really hard.
Canseco, McGuire, all those guys were desperately trying to get to 50, forgetting about 60 plus. Cal on pace for 66. Incredible.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Do we have to keep talking about this? It's awful. It's a terrible day for Sonics fans. I know it's one of the things you need to know, but I feel bad just continuing to have to play this sound or talk about it. I mean, all right, the Thunder won. Let's move on.
Yeah, thanks.
Are you good with that?
I think so. Lyle, did you at least put my name on your tweet this morning?
No, because it was quote tweeted. You don't have to tag somebody when you
What
quote tweet them.
What did you say about Brock? What did you write?
Well,
you did this one time. Remember, he did this one time with the Centel. He didn't
No, but
my
he
name
didn't
on it?
include you at all. This time, you got a notification because he quote tweeted you, right?
Yeah, you should have. Again, when you quote tweet somebody, you don't have to at somebody.
Yeah, what did you write this time?
All right, so Brock tweets
Living
yesterday.
transparently on the radio show, he decided to go on a heartfelt tangent about OKC and the Sonics this morning while drinking Starbucks. Unreal. Put my name on it. Put my freaking name on your
quote
tweets.
tweeted you. Come on.
tweeted.
That's a quote tweet. You don't need to put his name on it.
Well, and again, the play on of words comes from Brock's original tweet where he said, I've lived transparently on our radio show for almost 17 years and talked about how hurt he was watching the Thunder win last night. So I said, living transparently on the radio show, he decided to go on a heartfelt rant about it while drinking Starbucks with a screenshot of him drinking Starbucks.
Saucy.
He is saucy.
You're getting spicy, Lyle.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like what we're creating, but I think I do.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
A few minutes ago, you heard Greg Wyshinski suggest maybe trading for Trevor Zegras. That's not going to happen. He already was dealt between then and now to Philadelphia. Breaking news out of the NHL a few minutes ago. Frank Saravalli and others saying the Flyers have agreed to a deal to send Zegras. The Ducks have agreed to send him to Philadelphia. I still like what the Kraken have been doing. I love acquiring grit and Mason Marchment. I love trading away the opposite of grit in Andre Burakovsky. And I kind of liked what Greg had to say about Lane Lambert and the way they're building this team to be tougher, more physical, etc.
I would agree. I also got $100, Salk, in my wallet right now.
$100 for me?
$100. Mm-hmm.
What do I have to do?
If you can name who the 8 members of the Pac-12 are, because they just signed news this morning. The Pac-12's partnered with
8
CBS.
members of the Pac-12?
CBS is its primary TV broadcaster, a 5-year deal. Good for them.
Yeah.
We'll begin next year and push to 2031. Who are the
8 teams in the Pac-12? All right, that's everything you need to know.
Uh-huh.
Wazoo and Oregon State.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Fresno State.
Mm-hmm.
Sacramento State.
Oh
no, San Jose. I meant San Jose State.
Oh
no. What? Where's San?
No.
Come on, that's untrue. San Jose State's there.
No San Jose State. No Sacramento State.
San Diego State.
There you go.
Okay, that's 4.
Wazoo, Oregon State, San Diego State,
Fresno State. I got.
State.
No, I think that's it. That's all I got. Okay. I don't even I can't even think of another option. Utah State. Utah State.
Utah State.
And Boise State. Okay, that's 6.
2 left. 2 left. I could give you an easy hint. One of them is basketball only.
Oh, is that Gonzaga?
That's Gonzaga. That would be 7. And who would be the 8th member?
St. Mary's. I don't know. I got no idea. Who cares? Okay, what is it? Who's the last member?
Colorado State.
Colorado State. A lot of states in there.
All states.
Sure. Not a good sign. All right. I got some important questions for you, Brock. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What do you like about the young talent on the Seahawks roster?
There are some foundational pieces. And then this year, right, you're expecting Gray's Able to start. You're expecting Emma Ward to start. Elijah Arroyo is a guy, a silent sleeper that people are talking about. You got Robbie, the fullback over there. I just looked at the last 3 or 4 drafts, and there are a lot of starters on the football field.
4 down territory every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. This is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 8-333-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Shannon Dreyer here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help in finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
This week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to my friend Brock Heward. Brock, why did you call First Mark?
Brandy, it is so good to talk to you. It's been too long, and we made that call. And the only bummer is we waited too long. I know you hear from people that you talk to as well as I do to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. I just wish we would have done it earlier. You know, Brandy, the word that comes to my mind is a word I use on my sports show a lot, and that is connective tissue. It's important in team building. It's important to players in a locker room to be connected to others. And when it comes to insurance, it's so complicated, it's stressful, and you just don't even want to deal with it. And that's where the connective tissue of having a pro, having a broker, having a partner, and most of all, having a teammate like First Mark Insurance was the best connective tissue we could find.
Brock did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, MRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brock, I feel bad. I'd like to apologize. This is the last chance we'll have to talk with you, really, before the wedding on Saturday, before your oldest daughter, Haley, gets married to Dylan on Saturday. This is the last chance we really will have to talk to you. And I feel like we have not spent nearly enough time talking about this wedding. When Howdy was getting married, it was like a daily part of our show, right? Like making fun of his god-awful wedding registry that had multiple vacuum cleaners on it, different plate sets. It was like, oh, I'll take 3 of these plates and 9 of those. And like, it was the worst wedding registry you've ever seen. It was horrendous. Like that was a daily part of our conversation. But we've not done enough, not nearly enough. And maybe it's because, it's not you getting married, it's Haley. But
that's right.
I'd like to spend I got some
Haley's
questions
a very
for you.
private person.
That's not true. No, she's not. No, she's not.
Can you see in the system in the next 20 minutes? Put your Ebenezer's on and just dig up her inappropriate.
Oh, I have it in here. Don't you worry about that.
So inappropriate.
Brock, who will be the most inappropriate person at the wedding?
Ooh, who will be the most inappropriate person at the wedding?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to lean into one of Dylan's walrus buddies.
Yeah.
So Dylan was a D-line linebacker, kind of an in-betweener there at Montana as a football player. This is my son-in-law to be, Dylan Smith. And based on the grad party that we got to experience, which was very helpful in all of this about a month ago when they graduated, and I got to meet Pod, and I got to meet Kellen, and I got to meet Big Hank, who dominated Gray's Able. And I got to meet these guys. He didn't really dominate him. But anyhow, and I'm going to introduce you to Hank, and a man of very few words until he gets a little warm. So I'm going to probably lean into,
Dylan's friends.
Dylan's friend Kellen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who will be the drunkest adult at the wedding?
And by the way, he's an usher.
Oh, nice.
Which will be fascinating.
Who will be the drunkest non Haley Dillon friend at the wedding?
The drunkest
who will be the drunkest adult?
Yeah, I don't. That's solid question.
I've been the drunkest adult at a wedding, but not
have
this
you really?
One. I won't be at this one. Not with my kids there.
No, I don't think that's going to be a huge worry or concern.
Okay,
I
good.
Don't. From an adult standpoint, a lot of pretty mature adults.
Okay, good.
I would say in this case.
What am I looking at for a table? What can I expect at a table?
Right now, I think you're. I think you're being overdrafted right now.
Really?
Yeah, I think you're really like. I'm gonna have to dig into this a little bit.
Really?
I got to see the whole
board
deal. But just in looking at the grade, like a John Schneider in the War Room,
Mm-hmm.
wow. And I think probably Heather and the girls have a lot to do with this.
Sure.
I feel like you individually are being very, very highly overdrafted.
Okay. Yeah. So, well, I try to bring with me, I carry votes in my pocket with me.
Sure.
So you think we've got a pretty good table?
Yeah, I think you got a really good table. I think a really strong to quite strong
You
table.
doing the whole thing with the tables where you have like little index cards for each person, and then like as you're trying to figure it out yourself, you like are moving everyone around like a huge board?
Yeah, so this is a Molly task.
Maybe they have software for that now.
Yeah, no, she's going a little old school here, as I said, with the paper plates, the picnic paper plates that you get that have the little crinkles on them.
Mm-hmm.
I see them scattered all over the entire family room right now. So I think there's a head table, right, where obviously the groomsmen will be and all the bridesmaids and everything else. And then I'm seeing all the...
Are you guys at the head table?
The other plates around them. No, we're not the head table.
So you're at a special table.
Yeah,
but not the head table.
No, not the head table.
Who are you sitting with? Who's at the Brock Hewitt table?
I can't. Again,
you can't divulge that info.
No information that.
Wow.
The paparazzi, Salk, they'll be all over this.
Who will be the most upset at their standing after the wedding? Like, if I remember wedding planning, you got to get into it with mom and dad and grandparents and grandparents' friends. And God, like, Who will end up being the most offended when this is all said
I don't know
and done?
offended, but I know this. I know my radar is going to be up.
Yeah.
Because next summer, there's a bunch of other family weddings.
Mm.
So there's a few other kids getting married next summer. So my little radar is going to be up of just like, oh, I wonder what they're evaluating. How are they analyzing? What are they thinking? So my just weird middle child left-handedness will probably be having some eyes on some others that will be kind of evaluating the whole phenomenon.
What is the most like uniquely cool Haley and Dylan either decoration or like something that's personalized to them? What will be the most personal touch at the wedding?
I think you are going to walk away from this and go, man, and Molly has made it abundantly clear to me, like in an almost dictatorship kind of way.
Dictatorial way.
Yes, that she does not want me in this Father of the Bride speech to praise her or talk too much about her. She really does not want that.
About Haley
attention.
or about Molly?
About her, about Molly.
Oh, okay. You're not allowed to say nice things about your wife?
Well, I'm going to. I'm sorry to the dictator. I'm going to.
Well, because otherwise you'd look bad to everyone else.
Yes, but I'm going to be very surprised if you don't walk away from this and go, who thinks of that? How did she possibly come up with all of these little details? So it was really fun. We had Ben Hartsock in last week.
Yeah.
And Ben Hartsock is one, Salk. If you went and visited his abode and you went down into his basement, it's the most unique thing I've ever experienced in my life. He's got it's not a quote unquote man cave, but he had somebody say to him at one point in his life that really stuck. And that was, don't put it in boxes in the attic and never look at it. Have it out. So literally on Ben Hartsock's walls is his termination letter from Indianapolis. On his wall is his chin strap from the national title game. It is it's like a museum, but it's incredible because he's like, live it out loud. If you put this stuff away, you'll never look at it. You'll never see it. And so for the first time in 20 years, you know what we did? We went and pulled out the wedding of Brock and Molly.
Oh, wow.
6 years ago.
Big deal.
Oh, it was hilarious. I mean, it was amazing. We're going to bring some of it, for the friends and family kind of rendezvous that we'll have to look at it and to see. This shouldn't surprise you about Gigi. Carol was so into every detail. Had this whole deal, for the bridesmaids, here's your notes. Scuff the bottom of your shoes. Make sure this is every last detail.
Yeah.
And now to see my wife take on some of that with the level of just detail, her artistry, her design, it's
nice.
Pretty stinking cool.
Got a lot of text messages coming in, Brock, with questions about this wedding. Will Salk be asked to take communion at the wedding? Not a Catholic wedding. I think I'll be okay.
Yeah.
Are MAGA hats acceptable at the wedding? Another question. Will Salk be the one lonely blue voter at this shindig? Heather's coming with me, so at least I've got Heather. Zane in Montana, good question, because the wedding invite, I think, says semi-formal. What does that mean in Montana?
That's a great question. And I think if Molly were here, A, she'd be very embarrassed by this whole 10-minute deal. B, she would say,
don't care.
The biggest surprise in all of this, and we had a great, off the air, you and I will talk about psychological things. You'll mention stuff that Heather has talked about in her business and in her therapy and such. I would say yesterday, Molly and I had a really neat, wow, this is a window into people want to be told. So it's
for a wedding attire, for sure.
Yeah, and I think is it the rehearsal dinner?
Yeah.
That it was semi-formal country or something. So semi-formal, and it's been amazing.
Semi-formal to me means a suit.
Okay, great.
Probably a dark suit.
Then go for that.
But do I have to wear a dark suit or can I wear a light suit?
You could wear a light suit.
Do I have to wear a tie?
No, absolutely not.
All right, well, that's not semi-formal then.
Yeah, again, outside my pay grade. So
okay, so you just don't worry about that stuff.
I just nod along.
You look it up online. It says semi-formal wedding attire for men typically means a suit and tie, while women can choose a cocktail dress, a dressy jumpsuit, or a pantsuit.
All right.
Yeah. See, that
what
was
about,
the other thing.
Mom, she's in her underwear.
Could you wear that? What would that be like, Brock?
What was that again?
That
I'm
was
sorry.
just
Mom, she's in her underwear.
Right, just in her underwear.
Is the bikini barista invited?
Yes. Will she be there? The most famous bikini barista in Heward family history.
Oh my. so inappropriate.
Right.
So inappropriate.
Thanks, Haley. Yes.
How is that?
Dad, this is Haley. Oh my gosh. Mom wanted to go to a coffee shop, on this rainy day, right? And so when she did, I said, Mom, this lady, Mom, she's in her underwear. And then I looked, and then my mom saw her, her underwear just showing from her jeans, And then when she pulled up, she saw the lady. Well, she wasn't a lady. She's like a teenager. Oh my! And she had her underwear on, super short, and it was the kind that, the buns ones, like the one that your underwear doesn't cover the whole thing, their whole bottom back one. So it's just covering your the part of your butt from bottom. And I took her panties, she was wearing a tank top, and it was, oh my, so inappropriate. Mom just about down throat.
All right, there you go. There's about 30 seconds of Haley in 2012 after she encountered a bikini barista by accident. That was March 13th, 2012, Brock. She was how old then?
Well, she's 22 and a half now, so yeah.
So she was like 9.
Yeah. That was what year? 2012?
12.
She was born in 03, so yeah.
There you go. 9 years old. Very inappropriate. Very inappropriate. Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to it, Brock. You know what I'm really looking forward to is I've talked about this a little bit. And honestly, I mentioned earlier in the show, start the show, about the OKC team and how it was really out of sight, out of mind. And this may surprise you. I like to be organized and, I'm analytical and all this stuff. But with some of these real emotional things, I don't spend a lot of time until I'm there into it. And now it's getting very real. Now it's like, okay, here we are. It's getting very real. And you know what I'm honestly most excited about? I mean, not only celebrating Dylan and Haley and launching them off, and the ceremony is going to be amazing. I am so excited to bring everybody together. To bring that together, everyone achieves more. To bring everyone together. I've not yet met Dylan's grandparents. He's a super esteemed artist down in Jackson Hole. Amazing guy. His grandpa. Excuse me, I met his parents, not his grandma and grandpa. Right? For you to meet, sides of the family, Salk, that you have never met. Oh, I can't wait.
And for a number of other friends that haven't met these friends and this people and this group, and just to bring everybody together is going to
253, very good question. Will men in the ceremony be wearing sidearms? Will anybody be packing at this wedding?
That is in Montana, Salk.
That's my question. Yeah. So will there be people with guns?
Don't know.
Is that something that you have to state before a Montana wedding, like whether it's a guns optional wedding or not?
Don't know.
Have you thought about that?
You've loved Montana, by the way.
I have, but
yes.
I think it's at least a worthwhile question. Yes. Should I be worried about my kids in a gun environment at the wedding?
Nah, you'll be
no.
all right.
You think they'll be okay? It won't be like the scene at the beginning of Young Guns where they're shooting their 6 shooters in the air at New Year's to celebrate, and all those bullets have to come down somewhere.
All right, so you fired a bunch at me. Let me fire one back at you.
Oh,
Who are you most excited to hang with over the course of many hours? Singing, dancing, celebrating. Who are you kind of most excited to spend some quality time with?
Well, I mean, I love me some Gigi.
Yes.
So I'm probably going to make a beeline for Gigi. Nice. Love your mother-in-law. So I will probably make sure I get some Gigi time in there. But, with close family, it can be a little challenging. They've got to, they're busy. They've got to feel all these different people or be around all these different people. I mean, I've barely spent any time with Luke. I've only met Luke once, and despite hearing stories about him for 16 years, I've never met his wife, his kids.
Raleigh,
I've heard a lot about them. But I would absolutely want to, get some Luke time in. I mean, I'm always looking forward to seeing Damon and. But I've never met Sammy. I've never met really any of Damon's kids.
Oh, really?
No, not really. I want to make sure to introduce
Julie?
Avery.
Have you met Julie?
I've met Julie. Yeah, Julie's great.
Oh, that's right. The volleyball and other.
But I want to introduce Avery to which is the volleyball player, Holly?
Brooke.
Sorry. God, there's too many keywords. I gotta do my research ahead of time so I know what
there's
I'm
a
doing.
Holly, Molly, and Dolly. So
Right.
just make sure you don't screw any of that
I knew
up.
there was that. So, yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of people. Kitna going to be there. Pretty excited about that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really disappointed that Olin Kreutz isn't going to be there. I feel like you've made a huge mistake by not inviting him. Other people wondering if I will wear my yarmulke for the wedding. I don't think that's part of the plan. My mom asked what time you were getting married on Saturday and whether or not it would still be over Shabbat or whether you had waited until the sun went down on Saturday. So, yeah, I mean, there have been a lot of questions.
That's great.
Man, Brock, I got to tell you, I spent a lot of time with actual boomers this week. And, like, it's fashionable to call people boomers.
Uh-huh.
Three grandparents in their 70s in the house all weekend long is quite the experience. I don't know whether you are having to do any of that. Like, I'm hoping everyone, for your sake, has their own separate space to stay in.
Uh-huh.
Man, it was unbelievable. So my dad, my God, my dad had to get to the airport this morning, so he wanted to call an Uber, right?
Uh-huh.
Does my dad wait till this morning to call the Uber? Absolutely not. He gets it booked the night before, like a car service, always.
Absolutely.
So he books the Uber last night. They're flying to Denver from here to see my sister. And so not only did my dad, I didn't even know you could do this. Not only did he book an Uber to the airport for this morning, at the same time, he booked an Uber to pick him up in Denver.
Yes.
I didn't even know you could do that. So he already had it planned. So this morning, the guy, of course, from the Uber gets there like a half hour early. And my dad, who's already waiting by the door because he can't wait to get to the airport for, God forbid, he's late. 3.5 hours early or whatever, left the second the guy got there. He's like, okay, we're out of here. See you later. Heather said when she came downstairs in the morning, they were already pacing by the door, getting ready to leave. So there was that. There's the nonstop, like Lyle, when's the last time you heard a cell phone ring? Like really heard one ring. Like, I don't mean buzz. I mean like heard a cell phone ring.
People still have their ringtones on.
Man.
Not me, but other people.
Being around 3 people in their 70s.
Yes.
There's everything from loud ringers to some of them have like, who's calling? So you're like, Diane Cell. You're like, oh my God, what's happening back there? Dude, it is very, very rough. So that was just a little of my weekend. It was long, Brock. It was long. So
cool.
All right. We got 4 or 5 minutes left here. Any last things you want to say about the wedding? I can try to spend a few minutes on sports here.
No, I'm super excited.
You kind of got into a thought with Angie, and I thought I'd follow up with you because this is a very Brock thought, and I'm curious how strongly you feel about it. Asking her whether or not the Tellez being DFA'd would have had much of an effect on some of the guys that had really good weekends. Canzone, Garver, even Solano. Like, do you really think that those two things, how seriously do you think those two things are related?
Yeah, again, I think I've learned over this time of doing this job that the organism that is a MLB clubhouse is very different than I think even an NBA or an NFL locker room. They're just different. You live life together and a lot of life together and spend a lot of time together, and it's I think a different sense of urgency, and we talk about that every day, that you can't dwell on these things, and if you do, you're not going to be in the league. That you just have that flush mentality. And so I don't think it was an enormous impact, but I also know these are human beings, that Mitch Garver is a human being, that Dom Canzone's a human being. And that when somebody is DFA'd and let go, and somebody they really enjoyed, like as a human, you really enjoy that coworker, but the production and the consistency of it just isn't there. And we got to let them go to pretend that they're just total robots and that has no impact and effect. I don't think that's realistic either.
Yeah, I would be willing to bet that at least for those 3 guys you mentioned, Garver, Solano, and Canzone, if there was any effect from Rowdy Tellez being DFA'd on Friday, it had nothing to do with competition or a message sent or anything like that. Knowing baseball, and you heard Angie say it as well, like you can't, effort does not equal success in this game. It just doesn't work that way. I wonder if anything, it freed them up. Of like, hey, this has been looming. We know Luke Raley's coming back. He's going to be here sooner rather than later. Someone is going to be either cut or sent down. It might be Canzone. You look at the roster, there's really only 3 or 4 options. Canzone, Garver, and Solano. And specifically, I think Canzone and Tellez are looking at it like, hey, we're the two lefties. Maybe Masterboni was thinking that. I doubt it. But, like, if anything, maybe it freed him up. Like, all right, there's no more roster moves to make right now. There's nobody else likely to come up. I can just relax and go do my thing.
Yes, I would say sure. That absolutely probably played more correlation than the other one of like, oh, urgency and I got to press and I got to do my job. You also are coming into now a window here where there's 10, 20 games where there could be more moves made. Like, that you're also looking at it. And I don't think these guys are immune to that with a trade deadline that looms right in a month from now. And like, all right, I got to do my job. All right, I gotta contribute. I can't overthink it. I can't overpress. I can't overdo it. But it is go time. Like there's not 90 more games for them to have to make decisions. There's about 20 left. What are you chuckling?
No, my dad just texted me. He's listening at the airport. To be fair, he's got a lot of time. He's there 4 hours early. But his flight's not till 2:00 this afternoon. He left at 7:30 this morning, so he's got a lot of time at the airport to get ready. He just says, just wait until the next time I'm on with you. It's going to be all about you and your Michigan. All right, well, we'll see. We'll see, Dad. That's fine. You're there. You're the one who left at 7 a.m. for 1 p.m. flight. I don't know. Matt in Oregon wondering if I will get some time to spend with Peyton and his lovely wife, Ashley. Are they coming? You didn't invite Peyton, did you?
Nah.
That's too bad. What about Ashley? I mean, she really speaks for the family.
Are we done here?
I think we are.
Well, I'll play the music.
I think we're about done for the day. Matt in Oregon says, when half the calls you receive are telling you about a friend who's died, you really need to keep your ringer on. Now that's going too far. He also wondered if guns will be provided at the wedding.
I do enjoy that ringer for the boomers, for the old ones, where it is.
It scares the hell out of you in your house.
Yes. What in the world?
Man, you should have seen my dad's Jomo. That was on a full effect this weekend as well. The joy of missing out. Dad, you want to go see this? No, I'm lying down right now. Unbelievable. All right, we got to go. Brock, have a great week. I will.
You want pictures this week, Salk?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the more information, the better. I can't wait. Right. We'll be driving up on Thursday after the show. Can't wait for the wedding. Wish everyone the best of luck, and we'll see you then. Have a great rest of your week. I will be back tomorrow, just me, and then Brian Walters is going to come in Wednesday and Thursday. We'll have Jeff Passan tomorrow. We'll have Buster Olney on Wednesday. Still working on some fun stuff for Thursday. So that's what to come this week. Brock, congrats to you and Haley and the rest of the family. We'll see you over the weekend. And until tomorrow,
in a big Montana barn.
That's for sure. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper! Bump and Stacy.
Talking baseball with Jason Churchill. Your view of this team's priorities at the deadline?
I think I would look at this from a window standpoint, from a winning window standpoint. I have 2, 3, 4, 5 years with this core to win. So I'm not going out on the market right now and spending the assets. You don't want to throw your entire farm system into the trade deadline, right? So you want to minimize that as much as you can.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? A site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More, the place to go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21. Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners took 2 of 3 from the Cubs over the weekend. Their road trip continues with the series opener today against the Minnesota Twins. First pitch at 4:40 p.m. Pregame show starts at 3:30 right here on Seattle Sports. The LSU Tigers won their second national title in 3 years on Sunday with a 5-3 victory over Coastal Carolina in the Men's College World Series Finals.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus